Examination Council. Again, call the meeting order. Let's go ahead and do roll call, and then we'll go ahead and ask for an invocation. That roll call, please.
Good morning, honorable members. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Guillermo Gay.
Honorable Key Allen.
Doug Allen's present.
Honorable Key Allen Begay answered roll call. Honorable Elmer Begay answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, Ted Bennett, Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present this morning.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati. Honorable Amber Canez Bakrati did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Seth Damon is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, I'm on the call. Thank you.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Good morning. Hello, is present. Thank you.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo. Honorable Jamie Hinyo did not answer roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer roll call. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present.
Honorable Rick Nez answered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So.
I'm present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
I'm here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So.
We'll concentrate on that.
Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Yeah.
Honorable Edmund Yazi answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair is here.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair answered roll call. Going back up. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty. Honorable Amber Canasba Crotty did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, Present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not answer. Roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker is present.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. answered. Roll call. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika did not answer. Roll call. Speaker, we have 20 members present, including yourself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, again. 20 members present this morning. Let me go to invocation. Honorable Paul Begay, you mind doing an invocation for us this morning?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning to you guys and all those listening in today in the meeting, our staff members, all the 3 branches that are listening in today. We will bow our heads now and give thanks to our Savior. Hadian Lini, ya Ashed, Hornet, Benabit, nature not thing or naked not thing. Oh, yeah, Jungo, ya Hadi, he laid out. Although, yeah, not a more, yeah, non nationality, ne. Ado 18 she, Fragita, Ado Yego, yeah. Upon Sarkis. In Lini, do and Sarkis and Lini, to the Yego, iya, Pedeti, do, Ado, Bayati, do, Navigiati, that Nikita Nishigi, Yego, Betsi, Loco, Quaya, and Chutney, do, and Chuchu, Wayo, now can't do, Joe, but the Niniki, again, he can't not deal with sleep and be. National line K has on go equal. Bandit in Sikido, Navigatil, Kiki corner. A kid not us. Ado Sai see a baffling in Gay corn. The hidden abyss of Kolia, Washington, then at ICA Goia. Bent on the Shiki, Tolo, a core A and hidden Ebahashtanani, Netole. Babiki anani kitole. Jungo batil ni. Sakis yatehi betatil. But ego iya atil ni ado sadiat ehi chunil ingo. But ego iya ashtadil ni hidden apa. Ala yego e intahasti. Kaya carbon hidden ed. Yego bichu intahasti. Ado la e hitetan lido. La natanzen, Onavagi, Ado Bishtachi, Ado Eyad, Bish up in Takis, Well Yegi E Ajapata, Bishnas Tigi, Ado Ultra Agoda, Ado Howanat Nilgi, Hidden Nebagan, Hidden Arson, Hidden Dahi Kagi, Zel Egypt, Nahoti Ultraja, Adon Kisala. Arun his last so. Aro Nahas Twiron Hizani, Nastas, Linky Yego, which in the Hasti, Nas Ango, Dia Baban, see case go hot ego, Hastadi Nis Dish, Aro Ibe Nase, Nani Catole, Nikitaneti Peso, which a cotil Nis, AE, see 18 shield netole. Aro Bohoni Yaja got the question is Kia. I thought not has got ego ibalit in dollars. And Jono Bash that is Nis, Ado Epitret Nas, Vildo Ado Ea, Petret Netni Kren, Yate Copini Klinko, Kitten Ea, Quebe Pacati Loy. Ado Hesh, the God, a corn, hidden a Janshin Yego Ea. Nature Dawit na Kingi Togi, Tangi Benature. Hot end Ea. Ashon that the Hati Caston, Sun Lini Ea. Nature Codili. Ado Ebenature, a corn, Hikaya Pacago. Nada hot all Josto. Jonoco nada hot the clear, till the at Egital Bahajon. A at nature Hunt. Nature Hanado Jato, ye. Lago Echel, Nahana hot long on this, Ginal Croshipa. Aro and Hindin, Blush like me clean. So Tobe Hini, Coaching meal, and also. Now, Nishidi, navigate Hogi ate to the Allah. Allah and Soko Eachi meal, and Hotabe, in Nail, called Ashon the Dea, Kingsko Ea Kodesh, Nixon Lane, Nixampa Adi, Nixampa Kani. Kot ego in it, but it's the kot ego here. Nikaya here, ye had it or that. I don't be Benan $3 in money, Kaya Dini. Sorry, the Nasani cattle. I don't thought the corner. The hot current that had Nigo about the net. Your torch, Ado Ea, Aquajo, Doha Hot, George, Kisandre Standard, kot ego ea, not a deal clap. Hat Nigo, oh, how you eaten? Kot out, Kongi, Hoto, Kati, hit on Dan Che. The Bogane, a guitar, that Dine, Ado Ea, 8 of us of deals went on there. Ado Bogane at Ea, that $3, Boganigi, the long art and night or Kati, that is Jungo Ea, Yat Action Ea Bogandi, Ya night or Ka, 8 of Baka of deals. Ado Ea, that Hansi case or job by your nepe. What egg or hot nebitin that has taken. At out of a cat deal was at out Ea. Chiyan that at ho that that isn't it then leany 80 give a cat deal was at ego Ea. The spare husband or less shouldn't Ea. Shakun Lasha Shacho Butler. Your shot need Lachum Johnson dollars. $8 or $8. I don't hear the bar from Jungo. Nachan nada is nada is Tato, Ado Con Ea, Nan Shatin Tra, Nan Stop Bahalon on the Asian Jungo Ea, Nan Shatayla, the King, that Besoda. The Zadus Platnas Miller, a King or Capo, not a cart on the Sako. Oh, how you a corn. Abu Haniyaj that was the Chiniyaj head start, they are the Ado a Nasta not the car in your promotion what you got out not the yitla. Ado graduation or what the whole target not the yitla. A David the gold cargo each not that the car. 8 of the long dollars, what the whole target ye go but 3 old target. At ishin dish so had ishin a yabnash in Nash in Donzungi. Bash the delish in garden called ego iba. But in Jungo Bash the deal or coin a gas dollar. Ado Ea doshe. Doshe yat not sauce. It was being some adole. Fish that will get the arch the Bohitish Ashles and get arts. Bam, $8. Ado say the last soldier the arch the Suddo Cosi Hollow on Hatchin. Aaron Haba $1 at echo ye la dollar. Yeah, quit a bustle deal. The last son, Zini, the Neto Sani, Zingo, Hotego, the last thought and leaned on the chat that I can't the horse, I said I can't dadness, that what that not and that the banana should be Kuyate on Hana has Katolis. I don't Egon Jungo, but Mother Bejeto Bastion, Ya Nahas Katolis, either ask for Basso I don't see not ask for Basso and lay for one must have the Ade, a mother is a che, Masan and Nalenda. Yabanat, Hollow, a not, Ade Hall, Ag, Partners, and Lahaz Aj, Hall, Ag. Adolf Hot, then Hos Doja Hot, the Rio, Torge, the Bensa, Shimpy, Tor, Adol Kinsakus. Adol asked for DK and Hitas, Annie, not at and Lini Yat, Echo, a Han, see Kiso. A job, but be a Han, see Kiso, a yacht, be a Han, see Kiso. What ego, at the Lash and Lini, Chitna, Bahan Lini, no at all, Nahon, that all, Yat Echo. Nikit Hotez Yale go Ike Huit Idole. Ado Tish has tweet and lead on Hinat, Art and lean the corn, the Sabike Dasti. Hajo Bada, the Ashmore, the Edo Basso deals. Yisahinani, the Hollondo, Bastion, the Hollow, but so ket the Hollow, but Nally ket the Hollow. So a Basso deals in Dole. Yat Echo Besahas Adole, but Jay, a solo dance and Dole. Digen nilsen ting gitlet ab betsil dolle hinne hinnen de betsili olje akot ente ja bi khail de hit to do benel ni dolle ist betche yelki dolle ye khaolni ni be betche haditsi bati tashi in na ian fakhi so shehonni iz dolle kot ego pasotil ti kone the quick she could take was not a bahon that the na kita is condoste out of the more doste could ego cannot at and lean the could ego hajobana that coina the nasa the nadi sahot the na go competition ge get go at the con niked that is eat on the halia could ego Nikisnasna hold just all this. Arches, Bastion, a penilni or the Yat Eco, Pasotils and all the each the bet sealed, Adoya, you had all need all that. Consequoia deep in big so to the niche cloud all this, card, you Niga yot Jesus Christ, Bishop and Sheikh of this and all that. Amen.
Thank you very much, Honorable Paul Brigade, for that wonderful blessing for today and for the nation. Yeah. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and move on down at this time, recognizing guests and visiting officials. I have Chairman Edwin Yazzie in the queue.
Speaker?
Yes.
Okay, would just like to say good morning, everyone, colleagues, and everyone that's listening. And also, Mr. Begay, thank you for the prayer, beautiful prayer. And I know we're gonna take care of business this morning by our votes. But anyhow, Speaker, my colleagues, I just wanted to say, if I could make the request and have a moment of silence, as we all know that we lost one of our leaders who has passed and gone up to heaven. And so I would just ask past Speaker Ed T. Begay to request for a moment of silence, Speaker, before we start business, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Edwin Yazzie. Eugene So. Before I go to, I think there was Eugene So wanted to say something first. And then Chairman Daniel So, before we go into a moment of silence. Only Gene So.
Should say, I didn't put myself in the queue, did I?
But you text in, that's why.
Oh, I must have put something. Excuse me. Okay.
Okay. Chairman Daniel So.
I had, Billy, Auto, Speaker, the Navajo Nation Council, Auto Shinnecock colleagues, delegates of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, Auto legislative staff, all the folks that are on the call. We have heavy hearts. I also want to include the Northern Day, Billy Chiquito, served one term in the Navajo Nation Council. He passed Thursday afternoon. With him in the honoring our former leaders. The moment of silence. Cecilia.
Thank you with that, colleagues. At this time, as you know, colleagues, going through what we learned yesterday morning into yesterday afternoon was the passing of our former vice president of the Navajo Nation, our vice chairman at that time, and our former speaker of the 20th, 19th and 20th, I do believe, the 20th council. I just want to read a statement before. As you know, the family issued a statement last night of Edward T. Begay, former speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. It's with a heavy heart that we announce the death of Edward T. Begay, former speaker of the Navajo Nation Council. Mr. Edward T. Begay passed on June 12, 2022 at 11:30 in the morning in Albuquerque, New Mexico, surrounded by his family. Sir Edward T. Begay was loved, a loving husband, caring father, and gracious grandfather. But to many, he was a Che. We missed around our dinner table, sitting next to us in church and listening to us and his stories of his journeys from his past. His life has been taken from him and he's on his way. We're extremely proud of his service to the Navajo Nation, state of New Mexico, and to his tribal home communities. We appreciate those who were part of Edward T.'s journey, the Speaker's office, the Vice Chairman's staff, and many who are part of his life's work. Services will be pending. Please respect our family as we grieve, but appreciate those who express their sympathy. Thank you. Char and John Platero Begay, Sandra Begay, Genova, and Joshua Platero. Colleagues, yesterday we did lose one of our greatest leaders, postmodern leaders, Mr. Edward T. Begay. And now we can say that he's gracefully healthier. He's with his late wife now, Miss Cecilia Damon Begay. And we just want to make sure that we send the condolences out to the family. And we at this time we asked to recognize not only what he's done in his past, but what he has laid the groundwork, framework from their administration and the ZA and Brigade administration in the early 80s, creating the Permanent Trust Fund, creating Title 26, have the forbearance of knowing what the last known rights of leadership of himself, working as hard as they can to lay the groundwork and framework for better education across the Navajo Nation too as well. So at this time, colleagues, we do have Mr. Bill Chiquito too, who as well as served as a one-term delegate. And we recognize his family too as well, who is mourning at this time for their loss. Was once a member of the 19th Navajo Nation Council. So again, colleagues, at this time, ask for your due diligence in recognizing and having a moment of silence for former Vice Chairman and former Speaker, Mr. Edward T. Begay, and former Delegate, Mr. Bill Chiquito. Thank you very much, colleagues. That, colleagues, is there any other further recognitions at this time? Honorable Daniels?
Mr. Speaker, good morning. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Got Epina. Adonana. I wanted to say something before moment of silence. I don't want to have that, but I see beneath me, let's stroke it on across the Navajo Nation. We have our Navajo people, from my area, from my region, with that so I wanted to include them as well. Let's keep them in our prayers. Families that lost loved ones. So it is up, but Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Daniels. And yes, keep the prayers for individuals who lost their loved ones and who are still coming out of this pandemic. And it seems like these numbers might be rising again. So again, stay safe, everyone. Colleagues, is there any other further recognitions at this time?
Speaker Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Speaker Shana. Honorable Paul Begay, thank you for that prayer. And of course, our condolences to the Begay family, as well as the Chiquito family this morning. And of course, to my brother, Honorable Herman Daniels' area as well. Speaker and colleagues, this morning, I wanted to give some recognition to some of our young rodeo athletes from the Eastern Agency, Crown Point and Theroux area. Ms. Tyra Sosi, who is qualified for the National High School Rodeo Finals in Gillette, Wyoming, as well as Mr. Tyden Sosi for steer wrestling, Mr. Oyston Charleston for saddle bronc, Ms. Caden Jody for breakaway roping. They'll be representing the state of New Mexico, and like I mentioned, 3 of them are from Crown Point and 1 is from Theroux. We're very proud of our young athletes, and always do our best to support the families as well. As well as this week, we also have 2 young gentlemen, Hayo and Rooster Yazi, who will be traveling to the collegiate finals up in Wyoming too. We want to wish them safe travels, but also wish them all the very best as they represent the Navajo Nation and our beautiful state of New Mexico. So I wanted to do that much this morning and let them know that we do support them all. Area Speaker, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, let me move on down. Honorable Yellow Hair, good morning. Floor is yours. Ya te bene.
Oyate, Bennett, good morning, Celeste Speaker, Damon, Shaha, Aaron, the Senate, Nastani, 24th Navajo Nation Council. You have agenda before us as a special session today. Ako here, Kodoi, Isasi Tli, Kodobaya, Tito here, citizen, Ben Hain, Honorable Paul Begay. Share, I want to say condolence on behalf of my chapter to Pagate, 8 job, but Eba Distinction, Black Mesa chapter community, to Force Lake community, and Pinion community, and Whippoorwill community, and also Hard Rock chapter. Cat any job, but honey, Quack, Penel, you cannot honest, not ask, but it's no, yeah, Kept the when he was a speaker, and went with him many times to Washington, D.C., went before a budget committee and the staff that we have helped a Navajo Nation when he was a leader as a speaker. He had it out for the big and New Mexico then. Better need on here, honey, to it all here institution. It was in here, need and Southern Hika, Mr. TVK. He left his legacy with us here in Navajo Nation. He done a lot when he was a speaker that I know as a witness with Opposition Tasilis. On behalf of the judicial branch, I went there with Mr. Former Chief Justice Robert Yards and the Chief Justice Tom So, the Emeritus So. Here, all with on see live in his little list. Also, ob little but over hospital, here, Speaker. Thank you very much, here, Speaker.
Thank you very much, too, as well. Honorable Yellow Hair for those recognitions this morning. With that, let me move on down. I do have Madam Chair Crowdy. Madam Chair Crowdy, floor is yours. Good morning. Got that, Bennett. Madam Chair Amber Crowdy.
Thank you, Speaker. Had some technical issues. Good morning, Speaker, colleagues. Thank you, Shiaz, Delegate Paul Begay, for your beautiful prayer. And want to thank Chairman Yazzie for recognizing the family of Ed T. Begay and also the legacy that he's left for Navajo Nation leadership. One thing that we learned from Chet Begay was that the voice of our people mattered. And in his leadership, he emphasized for all of our emerging Navajo students, professionals, family members, is to have a kind and courageous heart. And those are the lessons that we're thinking about today, Speaker, as we reflect not only in the time that he was a public servant for our people, but also for the family who is grieving. Because what grief is not knowing where your love should go, not knowing where to put the love you have for that person. And they had throughout all the time they shared with him, they shared him with us. They shared valuable time that they had with their father, with their spouse, with their grandpa. They shared with the Navajo people. And I want to thank and express so much gratitude for his daughters, for his family, for his grandchildren, because many of us are here because we were able to hear his words, hear his words in fighting for our people, in making decisions that are in their best interest, in developing ways how we can hear directly for them, how to work together. And I'm thinking about the last time he visited us at council and how he mentioned respect the committee's work, respect one another, respect where you work, respect this place, respect the people's voice. And my hope is today, as we think of the lessons learned, that we can do that collectively, and that the decisions that we make are with good intention and good heart. And we honor Mr. Chiquito and his service and his family, because as we stand here and speak today, it's all of our families that pay the brunt of that. They pay the brunt of our service to our people, whether it's assisting, with chores, with driving, with protecting, with doing without us as we do our work for the people. And so, Speaker, I just want to recognize all of that work, and knowing that the late Ed T. Begay also had a vision for his community there in the Church Rock area. And I want to recognize the work of our senior centers that had continued to provide service throughout the COVID, who never closed, who always provided food. And for all of our New Mexico senior centers who are on the line and who have reached out with concern that they're being neglected from this ARPA legislation, that to give guidance to leadership to fix that for them. Because all of our seniors deserve to have the funding that they need for their elders. Every elder across Navajo Nation deserves service. And I'm taking that teaching from the late Ed T. Begay and making sure that his communities are represented, his region is represented, and all of our people across Navajo Nation. And for Dr. Begay and Ms. Begay-Tutero and your family and your children, thank you for continuing to be the public servants that we need. The work that you're doing is creating opportunities, and we're just so grateful. We're so grateful to have known your dad, so grateful to hear him, so grateful to know that what we can aspire to be and what we need for our nation at this time. We need collaboration, we need communication, we need compassion, and we need courage. Yeah, thank you, Speaker. And I hope your family gets the time they need to heal too, as closely as we all are together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Anybody else in queue, correct? Any further comments, colleagues, questions, or recognitions, I guess, guests or visiting officials to the Great Navajo Nation at this time?
Speaker, Delegate Rick Mayers, request to speak, sir.
Yes, Chairman, good morning. Floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, they've been and Speaker Damon. I know Bishmas and not Lenny and yeah, they've been a Russian Shikane Leni. There's enough engaged though. You say, not 10 in David Hadet agents and Fata Quichin is the case. Fishing at the home nation Lenny and the hot on him and so Behan to Isla the Nayat in Lane the Lanson Ed TBK speaker. The legacy that he left behind and the leadership that he had for us to follow in these footsteps. The kick echo, everything dies echo. And this could all gates a lot of the need. I said in Naya the Hoyandela, the Nzanta. Nipping not he kick that he desk. I do who seals in Kante to the knee, the Nebenant, I done Linda. This G the AI guess like Genie Ledo, do ya echo yadel social media bakagan. Better that he need bahot ha. Then that could jot left that hit the horse cheese. It typically your job that he had a vision for the Navajo nation. He wanted a better Navajo nation through his leadership. He had accomplished all his intellect height Allah unhin unhi shizigi halit ayat eho. Never none iron seen of the Nzan that assassinized as Kako. Punched Dorsla the Nzan that it gave a nation such a case as though Dorsa not only than linked Dorsa Aki not only than then master Nereden. I see at Eho, the Nanashide Lalan Zinzansa. So, by Kinson, I really appreciated his leadership speaker. Thank you, and again, hit the hello to Arnold talk here. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you.
Thank you very much, Chairman. That colleagues, any other further comments or questions or recognitions at this time? Going twice. 3 times. Let's continue on down. Honorable Helena. Honorable Helena.
Oh, there you are, Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. I just have quick condolences for our brother, father, grandpa, champion there, Ed Chibigay. I just wanted to give a really quick effort to his compassion and tireless efforts to our Diné people and public service as a momentum commitment. It belongs to the people. When he raises his arm for oak, it was for the people. And we'll never forget that. His tireless work. Express our gratitude for his family and the people and the father, husband of Che. Now, Mr. Begay served. I just want to express that for the people of District 14, that we all are sorry to hear the terrible news and that life is If you keep going for the Navajo Nation, it's going to be better for the Navajo Nation, especially for all the work that Mr. Begay has done. His years of service for the Navajo people. I just want to bring that to the point to the people. Bad day. Life is full of change, and making that change for the lives of the people. I'd like to keep that in mind that Mr. Begay is here with us, and hopefully we're all going to be keeping in mind all the gratitude and good things that he had thought and worked for the people of the Navajo Nation. And that's what I hope we have. Thanks again to the family. And I hope you all have a great day. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Hello. That, colleagues, let's go ahead and continue on down. And thank you for that recognition. Let's continue on down to item number 3 on our proposed agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. Mr. Rico, if you could read that into the record.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Council special session, Monday, June 13, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports, none. 5, old business. Old business A, legislation 0086-22. Let's see. One second. Six, new business. There are no new business. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. Point of privilege before I get a motion. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I don't know if it was just my end, but I didn't hear Mr. Rico when he read the agenda into the record. Could we verify, was that technical issues or?
Speaker, Delegate Daniel, so I concur with Honorable Amber Crotty's statement that we didn't hear the entire reading of the agenda.
Okay, let me, I'll have Mr. Rico read the agenda into the record again. Mr. Rico. He read it, but maybe we got
Thank you,
cut out.
Speaker. Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is the proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session, Monday, June 13, 2022. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding, Honorable Seth Damon, Speaker, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports. There are no reports. 5, old business. Old business A, legislation 0086-22. 6, new business. There are no new business. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. That point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I did now hear the agenda, so thank you, Mr. Rico. Speaker, I have a point of privilege on the legislation 0086-22. Speaker, this did not receive a vote per the committee. I'd like to know how this is eligible for the Navajo Nation Council agenda. I need the sections read from Title II to make sure that this legislation is in order for the Navajo Nation Council agenda. Thank you.
Madam Chair, as you know, there's been a precedence that this legislation, when it was at Navajo Nation Council, our Navajo Committee timed out. Correct. Navi, it timed out. And when there was action taken at that time on legislation 0086-22, there has been a precedence before on numerous legislations that have been taken from that point and are eligible for Navigation Committee. Eligible for the Navajo Nation Council. So we have had precedence before on that. Now you're asking for specifics on the where it's mentioned in Title II. Let me go to Office of Legislative Counsel on this one. Office of Legislative Counsel.
Good morning. This is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. What happened, and I would ask Mr. Rico to correct me if I'm wrong, but at the last council session when 0086-22 was being debated, a motion to adjourn was raised and passed. Council adjourned before taking any action or taking final action on 0086-22. I have been through the council rules of order and Title II and have not found any specific points, on point laws or regulations that directly address this, but we have some analogies as how council and committees have addressed this in the past. And let's keep in mind that council is the final authority on this legislation. In the past, for example, one analogy is when council or a committee loses a quorum. When what happens in those situations when they lose a quorum is that the legislation is put on the next agenda and it is resumed at the next meeting. It is also another analogy can be when council, as the final authority, if they run out of time, the legislation is placed on the next agenda. So those are the situations that, or those are the analogies that I think apply to 86 and what happened just at the last council session. Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we are on review and adopting the agenda.
Speaker Damon, point of privilege. Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. This is important that we get this right. I'd like to ask Department of Justice a similar question. We're in Title II. Can I find the language that this legislation without action from the committee should move forward to council for Title II? Thank you, Speaker.
Department of Justice, there's a question.
Good morning, Speaker, members of the Navajo Nation Council. This is Kristen Lowell. Thank you, Speaker. I'll be answering procedural questions today that are raised for the Department of Justice. So what we are looking at in Title II is 164A12, and the final sentence there reads, if the voting results of the committee with final approval authority over the legislation are different from the voting results of other committees. Sorry, that's the wrong sentence. It's the second sentence. Okay, we're going to do this over. It's still 164A12, but it's the second sentence, and it says a legislation that does not receive sufficient vote for passage by a committee without final approval authority over the matter shall move forward to the subsequent assigned committee or Navajo Nation Council for action. So that is our interpretation of how this goes to the Navajo Nation Council without receiving a vote at NABI.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I just wanted to say that we concur, my recollection is also the same as OLC's, that there have, and yours as well, that there have been other instances where there hasn't been a final vote up or down, the clock has run out of time, and it's moved on. I remember that happening when we were talking about CARES Act legislation, but I don't have a specific legislation number, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. With that, colleagues, going back to review and adopt the
Speaker, this is Ms. Bobroff. Can I ask a question, please?
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Let me go to a point of privilege first, Ms. Barbroff. Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd like to request that both of those legal opinions be put in writing by the attorneys. That is not the same recommendations that we received at last council. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a request, Ms. Lowell, Ms. Barbara. As soon as we get that information, we'll send that out. Ms. Barbara.
Thank you, Speaker. Perhaps I misunderstood the whole question. I thought we were, and I apologize if I did, I thought we were talking about legislation 0086. And since it was at council when council adjourned, that was what I based my answer on. It appears that DOJ based their answer on 0086 being at NABI. So if I could get some clarity.
That I do believe that was Madam Chair Amber Crotty's original question, Ms. Barbara. Why is legislation 86-22 on the agenda today? Is it eligible because it did not get an up or down vote at NABKIATIC committee?
Okay, so 86, I'm sorry, Speaker, I'm totally confused. I thought 86 was at council.
Yes, it
When they-
was.
Excuse me?
It was, Ms. Barbara.
Oh, it was just at Nobby?
No. Where's what day was that, Nobby? Okay, 86-22 was at Nobby on May 12th at 11:59, 12 o'clock, we timed out. And then it was referred at that time per recommendation of that it could move forward because it had taken action and there has been precedents before on that. Then on the next day, on May 13th, there was a special session request specifically for 86-22. At that time, 86-22 was discussed and was at Navajo Nation Council session. I think what Madam Chair Amber Crotty is referring to is back to the first action. Correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Chair Crotty, about why she's questioning the where in Title II does it state that it's okay for legislation 0086-22 to be put on originally to the first Navajo Nation Council session, which was on the 13th, and then ultimately being back on the session today when it didn't get an up or down vote at Nobby on when it timed out on May 12th, which was and then moved on to May 13th. Am I correct in the analysis, Madam Chair Crotty?
Good morning. Thank you, Speaker Damon. This is Delegate Crotty. And for everyone on the line, yes, thank you, Speaker, for trying to summarize my question regarding this unusual legislation. Speaker, the question was, yes, why is this legislation on the Navajo Nation Council agenda when it did not receive an up or down? It did not receive a vote. And so I'm looking for language in Title II that allows this legislation to move forward without a vote. Title II language in the sentence read by the Department of Justice attorney says insufficient vote, but there was no time as delegates to take the vote. That's the language that I'm looking for. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker Chair.
Speaker?
Ms. Barbara?
We'll certainly put that in writing. I do apologize. I misunderstood Delegate Crotty's question, but I totally agree with DOJ's analysis and also all the precedents that when it times out at council, at Nobby, no action, no vote, it's going to move on. And I apologize. My analysis was why it was back on the agenda after council adjourning. So I apologize for that confusion. And yes, we will put that in writing. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, we are now back on to item number 3, review and adopt the agenda. On Eugene, so we are in council session, so do you have a question of privilege or?
I was wondering if I would be put in the queue in regards to this discussion here.
There's no motion or second on any discussion. That was a
Okay,
point of,
make
that
a
was
question.
that was a point of privilege. That was a point of
finish,
privilege. On Eugene, so do you have a question of privilege?
Yeah.
What is your question of privilege?
Okay, to Dana DOJ and et cetera. We went, like you said, discussed this 0086-22. And at that time, when it was on the floor being debated, there was a substitute motion that was made. And that went into forever debating, trying to figure out what a substitute motion is. But never did dissolve, we just adjourned. So in that case, is that substitute motion still there with this 80086-22? I see sheep on. Are we still debating on it, or is it going to take that substitute motion away and just start a new one again? Thank you.
Eugene, so we are not there yet, but when we get to the we're adopting the agenda right now on Eugene. So when we get to legislation 86-22, I do believe we can clarify that further there. But what we're doing right now is adopting the agenda. But I can go because it's a question of privilege. I have to get it answered. Colleagues, we are just at the review and adopting the agenda right now, but Ms. Barbara, or could you reiterate the question regarding, because this is a question of privilege, the substitute motion? Unless if you want to wait on Eugene So until we get there.
Vice Chair Smith, question of privilege, Speaker.
On Eugene So.
That's what I'm trying to figure out. If we're going forward with that, would we be going forward with that substitute motion, which was 0087-22? Because the 80086 is being substituted. We were discussing the 87 when we went forward.
On Eugene So,
okay,
that's a question you can ask there, but I'd really like to get a motion in a second because you can ask these questions there. But Ms. Barbara, if you could respond to Honorable Eugene So's question at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and Delegate So. And once again, this is not a factual situation. This specific factual situation is not addressed directly in Title II in Section 164 or in the Council Rules of Order. I will provide my recommendation, my guidance, and then certainly welcome for DOJ to chime in. So just a small recap: when 0086 was in front of council, a motion was made to do a substitute amendment. That amendment, the substitute amendment, was still being debated when someone, and I cannot remember who, motioned to adjourn, and that adjournment took place before any action was, any vote was taken on the substitute motion. Council had the opportunity before adjourning. Council could have tabled the legislation, or they could have referred the legislation back to a committee. Council did not do that. Based on precedents in similar situations, when the legislation comes back before the final authority council, in this instance, it goes back to the last amendment that was actually voted on, where there was an actual vote. In this instance, there were no amendments made. So the legislation will start back at the beginning. Thank you, Speaker.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question of privilege.
Thank you. Vice Chair Smith, before I get a motion and second, what is your point of privilege on the agenda?
Thank you, Speaker. As I recall, Nabikiatia timed out. My question of privilege was, I did ask that question. I said, what happens? And that was stated that it goes to the next level, council, because we're not the final authority. And that was clarified, and nobody brought that up forth. So now we're at this point in time, it's being brought up. So it was clarified by you. I asked that question. I always ask these questions to make sure that we're in order. That's my question of privilege. Why are we discussing this?
Out of respect, Chairman, Vice Chair Smith, anybody has had a question, a privilege, a point of privilege in the past, I've always respected those and made sure that we've had answers to those. And that's the reason why I ask colleagues that we could refrain from asking these questions so we get to the specifics on the legislation. That's where we can have it, but I cannot stop colleagues from asking these questions, Vice Chair Smith. So at this time, we're going on to review and adopt the agenda. And I'm going to ask for a motion at this time.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Motion, Vice Chair Smith.
Delegate Yellow Hair, second.
It's a point of order by Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues. Good morning, and thank you for the prayer, Shana. Really quickly, Speaker, the point of order I'm raising is because per Rule 25 of the Navajo Nation Council of Order, a point of order can be called in instances where a delegate feels that an error has been made. And I think the error that has been made is under when Delegate Crotty's legislation was going through the process, DOJ the record and said that they didn't agree where there was no action taken on a legislation. And now this legislation, the Nez Freeland legislation, is going through the process. And now suddenly DOJ has said, okay, yes, we agree. So I want to call this point of order, one, to put it on the record that DOJ is, again, playing very, very dangerous politics. They were not elected to make those kinds of decisions. So I want to call this point of order again to put it on the record. I do not agree as a delegate with DOJ playing a politics right now because they're treating one legislation different from the other. And I think that opinion needs to be written by Friday. We need a legal opinion from Department of Justice and from Office of Legislative Counsel, because when we're not treating legislation the same, it calls us to question all the work that the 24th Navajo Nation Council has done. So either they're in agreement that action was taken and the legislation can move forward, or they're not in agreement, which means we'd have to go back and look at the way that we're doing things. I don't think that ruling can retroactively apply. However, it is important information as we do move through the process here. And that's why I'm calling this point of order. Is I think that legal opinion needs to be written and it needs to be out by 5 o'clock on Friday, Speaker, because our Navajo people need to understand why two legislations are being treated completely different. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And those have been requested. So just your point of order, the request for those two documents again, just reiterated. That colleague.
Speaker, this is Kristen Lowell. May I ask a question, please?
Ms. Lowell.
Speaker, I don't know what was articulated by DOJ in regards to 0087 since I was on leave that week. Would it be possible to get that information? Is there a way to get a transcript for exactly what DOJ said so that I can evaluate that?
Do we have those? They're not, we can get that information for you, Ms. Lowell.
Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, thank you. That, colleagues, we are back on getting a motion in a second. I do have a motion by Vice Chair Smith. Is there a second? Honorable Jimmy O'Hare. That, colleagues, any comments, questions, additions, deletions on our agenda this morning?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Cruddy.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer an amendment. Speaker, my amendment would be to the agenda. I'd like to offer an amendment for new business, or I'm sorry, for new business letter A to add legislation 0087-22.
Is new business A?
Yes, Speaker.
Second by Charles Newton.
Adding on legislation 0087-22 as a new A under new business.
Yes, Speaker. And my modification would to have, if I'm in order to have new business moved before old business. Thank you.
Modification to have here as well as to hear new business before old business. That on legislation 0087-2, there's a motion by Madam Chair Crowdy to add that on the agenda and hear that before old business, which would be new business A. Is there a second?
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton. I already second.
Okay, sorry, I didn't hear you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, Charles Newton is the second. Okay. That, colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 1?
Vice Chair Smith, Chair, Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours on amendment number 1.
Thank you. On amendment 1, I just want to say, are we putting this before? I didn't quite hear it. I'd like clarification. Are we putting this before old business? Is that what the amendment's doing? I know that 0087 is a motion to add on. I thought old business, if I heard that correctly, correctly, old business should go first. Isn't that the rules? On behalf of that, I know that we're calling upon OLC to interpret, and then we're calling upon DOJ. So I'm going to call upon them to clarify that. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 18 seconds. With that, Vice Chair Smith, there has been precedents before, and the adoption of the agenda is under the council rules of order. But when the council rules of order decides just to post the agenda, once we give the agenda right now time to review and adopt it, at this time, this is when the agenda can be moved around multiple different ways and options. But let me go to Office Legislative Counsel. Any other further comments on allowing this amendment to happen as moving new business before old business? I think that's the question. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. Rule 6 of your council rules of orders does state that old business is to come before new business. I believe, though, and as you pointed out, there has been precedent. I believe that you can indeed make that amendment, but technically you need to waive your council rules of order to do that because you are revising a rule. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1? Going. There's no other comments or questions, and we go back to reserve time.
Speaker?
I can't see who's highlighted. Honorable Slater, is that you?
Yes.
Honorable Slater, good morning. Floor is yours.
Morning, Speaker. I guess two questions, or one question. Is 6022 ready for council consideration? And if so, can we make that the first item under new business in this amendment? And I guess that'd be a request to modify. That is the summer youth employment legislation. I would just like to see our chapters get assistance with hiring youth over the summer and get our kids working. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Every time, almost later at 4 minutes, 28 seconds. Legislation 60-22. Mr. Rico, could you read the heading into the record?
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0060-22 is an act relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Resource and Development, Budget and Finance, Navajo Committees, and Navajo Nation Council. It's approving $4 million from the unreserved undesignated fund balance, UUFB, for the 110 Navajo Nation Chapter Summer 2022 Youth Employment Programs, waiving 12 NNC Section 820E, 820F, 820J, and 820L to allow use of UUFB funds for recurring chapter expenses. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr., Mark A. Freeland, Pernell Halona, Carl R. Slater, Raymond Smith Jr., Wilson C. Stewart Jr., and Daniel E. So, Mr. Speaker.
Second, Wanika.
Thank you very much. With that, let me go move over to Madam Chair Carney. Madam Chair Carney, if the motion to modify would actually move legislation 0087-22 as your second item, which would be B, and 0060-22 would be the new A under new business. The request to modify, Madam Chair Crowdy.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Yes, we can agree with that modification to get that funding out to our summer youth students. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair Charles Newton. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Yes, Speaker.
Honorable Eugene So, there's a question of privilege.
I was going to question it, but since they're going to piggyback this one, maybe I can piggyback my emergency legislation to Speaker. Thank you. Motion. Welcome back. That will come before all.
Okay, thank you. So, Honorable Eugene So, do you want me to put you in the queue to speak on Amendment 1?
I wanted to put my emergency legislation on to the agenda as well. Because we're going to be piggybacking on amendment.
So do you want to ask Madam Chair? Honorable Eugene
Yeah,
So, do
ask Madam
you want me
Chair.
to put you in the queue for the Amendment 1?
Yeah.
Okay, Honorable Eugene So, floor is yours. You have 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, Gina. Amendment, emergency legislation to start in the course of what is really happening with 0086 and 0087. Taking the top 120 million to the hardship fund. That's my emergency legislation. If you can, I want to put that onto your legislation, onto your amendment. Thank you.
So this will just be after under new business at the end. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could read that legislation heading into the record.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, tracking number 0101-22 is an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $120 million of the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds, approving additional funding to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan enacted by CD-62-21. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So, co-sponsored by Honorable Speaker Seth Damon. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, Madam Chair Crowdy is request to modify the add-on legislation 0101-22.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues. Speaker, I don't have that legislation. Was that sent out? My only concern is what supporting documents, as we've been requesting from the Office of the Controller a more accurate breakdown of what the need for the hardship would be. Speaker, so I would just need to get that information, if I may, before making a decision on terms of modifying at this time.
Sent out the legislation last Thursday at 3:48 p.m.
It was sent out last Thursday at 3:48 p.m. I'll forward it over to you again, Madam Chair Crowdy.
Okay, Speaker, I do see it. Thank you. I did get it last Thursday. So yes, if we could add this on as letter C to the legislation, thank you. for the amendment.
Madam Chair, Charles Newton, there was a request to modify. You concur?
Yes.
There's a second. Thank you. Thank you very much. With that, is there any other comments or questions on Amendment 1? And twice. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading on Amendment 1. Go to the board.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Nomination Council. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0087-22. That will be new item B. It also reorders the agenda to have new business heard before old business. So it will be item number 5 on the agenda will be new business, and item number 6 will be old business. It is also adding legislation 0060-22 to the agenda as a new item A, and also adding legislation 0101-22 as new item C. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote green. Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Canaspa-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaspa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
I vote red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
You vote red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Rick Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Please vote here. Thank you.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Kiala votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 10 in favor, 12 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 10 in favor, 12 opposed. Speaker not voting, motion fails. That back to the main motion on our agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. Any other comments, questions, colleagues, at this time?
Delegate James, Speaker.
Good morning, Honorable James. Floor is yours.
Yeah, Dan Shinale, other members of the council, other Shekahasi, so Isuno Yad Ihako. Kodo amendment Nikita, Hidish Kikin so ko did Sha Bidotso. The Kodo legislation 0063-22 ADG Kodo Shabidotso after as item C in the she Abiga so Kodo Ibeha Didishnatako. Ella, Snella, Speaker, for the reserve my time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. If you could read into the record just a heading so we know what legislation 0063-22 is.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Council. Legislation 0063-22 is an act relating to the Resource and Development, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and Napakiati committees, and to the Navajo Nation Council, approving $1,600,000 out of the Sehasen Fund to cover the funding shortfall for the Ganado Chapter Senior and Veterans Center project, reapproving the related expenditure plan pursuant to 12 NNC Section 2501 to Section 2508. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, on motion for amendment number 1. Adding on legislation 0063-22, and this would be under new business item number 8. That, is there a second, colleagues?
Second, Delegate Cardi.
Second by Madam Chair Karati. That, any comments, questions, colleagues, on amendment number 1?
Speaker Delegate Freeland.
Yes, Honorable Freeland. Good morning.
Good morning, Speaker and colleagues. I want to ask the motioning party and seconding party to add legislation 0060-22 to the amendment. Thank you, Speaker.
Colleagues, the 0060-22 was read earlier.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
And this is an amendment for summer youth or legislation that regards summer youth employment dollars appropriation funds. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Crotty, good morning again.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. My notes say that Delegate Freeland just voted against adding the summer youth employment program to the agenda. Can staff verify that for me? Thank you.
Was it? Thank you very much. On the original motion for Amendment 1, that was to add on legislation 0087-22 and legislation 0060-22 and legislation 0101-22 collectively. The vote was 10 in favor, 12 opposed, and Honorable Freeland was part of the 12 that opposed.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So that was a red vote against our summer youth. Thank you.
Yes, this was just to add on to that time was adding on an item to the agenda. As we are trying to add on this in the new motion creating right now to add on legislation 0063-22. So with that, Honorable Vince James, there has been a request to modify to add on legislation 0060-22, which would be new business by Honorable Freeland. Honorable James.
Oh, no question. We don't.
Question modify. Thank you. That, Madam Chair, as a second, you concur?
Absolutely. Thank you, Speaker. We support our summer youth.
Thank you. That, colleagues, any other comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1?
Speaker, gets the delegate yell here. Point of order.
Yes, point of order by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Yes, Speaker. I had a yes, not the question, Councilman. If you're gonna vote one or just vote one at a time, the legislation that all not all tricky, all complexity. What about non-kai? I saw one at a time, vote on it.
Point of order, Delegate
Honorable
Crotty.
Yellowhair, what is your point of order?
A point of order, we should vote on one legislation at a time. That's what my concern. Do it one at a time so we can understand.
Point of order, Delegate Crotty.
No.
Okay, thank you. As a delegate and as a motioning party, anyone can accept and to modify their amendment under the council rules of order. Honorable Yellowhair. Madam Chair Crotty, will be your point of order.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Point of order to keep decorum per our council rules of order. Also, our rules state when a point of order is called, the delegate must recite the rule immediately, and that this is not used for debate. And the word trickery or tricking is unbecoming of Delegate Yellowhair. And as in the past, Delegate Yellowhair needs to refrain from using such a verbiage here on the council floor to maintain decorum, as it's in order to add multiple legislations, thank you, Speaker, to any type of motion. I appreciate it.
Thank you, colleagues. As there was a prayer conducted this morning, please, let's continue to work together, colleagues, maintain decorum collectively. And Madam Chair Crowdy is correct about the point of order, or even in unity point of privilege or question of privilege as well, colleagues. Let's continue moving forward. We do have right now a motion for amending the agenda to add on legislation 0063-22, and it was modified to also add on 0060-22. Is there any comments or questions on the amendment at this time, colleagues? If there's none, let me go back to, is there a reserve time for? No, there's no reserve time. Going twice on Amendment 1. Going 3 times. Mr. Rico, second reading. There was a modification.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0063-22 and also 0060-22. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canesva Crotty.
Shout out Delegate Amber Canesva Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canesva Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lund votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Odo So.
I vote green.
Honorable Odo So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes green via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 21 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Speaker, this is Daniel. I vote green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Speaker, with the vote of 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, 22 in favor, 0 opposed, Speaker not voting, motion carries. Moving on down, back to the main motion from Amendment 1. We are back on reviewing and adopt the agenda, the main motion here. Any other comments, questions, deletions on our agenda this morning? If there's none, let me go back to Honorable Vince James. You have reserved time with 4 minutes and 5 seconds.
I can't Nale, other members of the council vote for House Cinco. Kodoshi on all the Higashina and Disha. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, there's no more comments or questions. Going twice.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles Newton.
Yes, Madam Chair Charles Newton, good morning. On our agenda's main motion.
Thank you, Speaker. I would like to add 0087-22 to the agenda. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 54 seconds. On amendment number 2, adding on legislation 0087-22, which would be item under new business, item number C. Ms. Dorica, we already read that one into the record, right? The heading? 87-22. No, it's just the other ARPA legislation, colleagues. We've read it into the record already. So 87-22. Is there a second?
It's Delegate Brown, I'll second.
A second by Honorable Daniel Brown. Colleagues, any comments, questions on amendment number 2? Twice. Going 3 times. Let's go to board on amendment number 2, adding on legislation 0087-22 to the agenda.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Delegate Amber Canis Balcrady, I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I'm gonna vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable
red.
Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Green votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
They vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 9 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. With that, 12 in favor, 9 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. On amendment number 2. That, let me go back to the floor on our main motion of adopting our agenda. Is there any other comments or questions, colleagues? Anybody else that has texted in or commented?
Speaker,
Yes.
this is Edmund. Like to say something.
Chairman Yazzie, on the main motion to adopt the agenda. For yours.
Yes, what I was going to go ahead and do and just make the motion on consent agenda and all of the items that were added on, sir.
Sorry, somebody muted me. Are you referring to, Chairman, good morning, are you referring to legislations 63 and 60?
Speaker, members of the council, I go ahead and just withdraw that motion, okay?
Okay.
Don't reserve time.
Thank you. That, any other comments, questions, colleagues? If there's none, let me go back to reserve time. I have Madam Chair Charles Newton with 4 minutes and 54 seconds.
Speaker, I waive my time.
That, any other comments, questions, colleagues? Nobody in reserve time, nobody in the queue, nobody's text in. Going twice, we are on review and adopt the agenda. Main motion.
Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. I had reserved time.
Vice Chair Smith, you had reserved time 4 minutes and 18 seconds on Amendment 1, which failed, not on the main motion.
Oh, good. Thank you.
That, colleagues, going 3 times. Let's go to board. Or actually, Mr. Rico, second reading.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Nomination Council, you have 2 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0063-22 as new item A, and then add legislation 0060-22 as new item B. Both of those will be under new business. Amendment number 2 will be to add legislation 0087-22, and that will be item C under new business. Mr. Speaker.
Let's go to board. Vote on our main motion.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr.
Allen votes green. Thank you.
Honorable T. Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton,
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Cowdy,
Shut it, Delegate Amber Canis Balcati, and I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Cowdy votes red. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland,
Green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona, Honorable Pernell Halona,
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo,
Yeah, votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James,
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez, Honorable Rick Nez,
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater,
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr., Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So,
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So, Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr., Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edison Winika, Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazi,
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair,
Delegate Yellowhair votes green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So, Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and speaker not voting.
Thank you very much. That colleagues,
Speaker?
2 in favor, 1 opposed, speaker not voting, motion carries. Speaker, Chairman Yazzie?
Yes, sir. Nice. Speaker?
Yes, we got your vote.
Yes, I would like to make a motion, sir,
What is your motion?
to combine all items into one vote, sir. Consent agenda.
You had to suspend the you'd have to suspend the 4 rules, and because we just adopted our agenda, in order to suspend the 4 rules is to amend the agenda. You need 16 votes now.
So, sir, I can just
Now, when you're
go ahead and-
talking about all the items, are you talking about if there was going to be a consent agenda, you have items under old business and then you also have items under new business. You would have to have two consent agendas, but there's only one item under old business, which is legislation 0086-22. Under new business, there's legislation 0060-22, 0063-22, and legislation 0087-22. So can you clarify, Chairman Yazzie?
Yeah, Speaker, members of the council, everyone that's listening, I wanted to make a motion to combine all items, new and old business, sir.
Chairman, there's a motion right now. Oh, let me clarify it further.
Okay.
There's a motion. Well, there's no motion on the table, but I highly recommend to do two different consent agendas, whether they be one under old business and the other one under new business. And on top of that, if we do a consent agenda, you have to know that there's two legislations that you're asking about right now. Legislation 0086-22, which is asking for 1.07 over $1 billion in physical recovery funds that's sponsored by Honorable Freeland. The other one is other $1 billion legislation 0087-22, which is sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Crotty. So those two, if we're going to pass one of those legislations, we need to be passing just one of those legislations. There's been a precedence that we have stated before that we would not go into the red and send a legislation over into the negative to the president's desk that was on every appropriation regarding dollars under the 23rd Council, whether it be the UUFB dollars, whether it be an annual appropriation for the budget, and moving that into the 24th Navajo Nation Council. As I remember, Chairman Yazzie, there's never been a legislation collectively sent over to the president to decide which would be further beneficial, but we'd never made the precedent to put any dollars into the red before, even moving into some of the CARES funds that we got last year and some of the original media ARPA legislations. So,
okay.
Chairman Yazzie,
I Speaker, appreciate your response, and I know from priors we've done all items, but maybe Ms. Barbara could help us out, and if she says we could do all items, then I'd like to make that motion. If not, then we'll just go ahead and go with what you recommend, Speaker.
Well, my recommendation is that you can do a consent agenda item for two of the ones, and that's 0060 and 0063. I think that would be a recommendation for those two on the consent agenda if no one had questions, but I think that there will be questions. But Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I believe that just to narrow down this, if council adopts both 0086 and 0087, one of them is out of order. You would be appropriating more money than is available. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That
Privilege, Speaker.
Chairman Yazzie.
All right, sir. So what Ms. Barbara stated, I'll just go ahead and withdraw motion, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That.
Speaker, this is Delegate Charles New, and I do have a point of privilege.
Madam Chair, Charles Noon, the floor is yours on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. I raised the point of privilege under Rule 16B, maintaining the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. Speaker, I guess I'm a little bit confused, and I know that this question did also come up during the CARES when we were discussing the hardship. At that time, I know that I asked the question and it was never really answered. And the question was, at what point does funding actually get allocated or appropriated? And the reason why I asked that question, Speaker, is because at council, we passed legislations, giving money, and then we find out that that money was never given. It's a hookup that happens at either OOC or OMB. And so the funding, in question winds up just sitting there. So at what point would it be considered in the red if, it has to go through OOC and it has to go through OMB? And if I can get the process, because I think even if we do allocate funding, it's not in the red until it has been awarded. At least that's my understanding, Speaker. And again, thinking of all of the budgets that council has passed and, and how that money just sits there because there's, something that has to be fixed with the legislation, or there's something that has to be fixed internally. And then we wind up having to come back to this discussion. So in terms of what Ms. Bobroff stated, that, that we would be in the red, Speaker, I raised this point of privilege because I need to know the process. I want it written down in terms of when that money actually is considered to be in the red. And I think that, sending two legislations to the president to sign either one, I think that, at that point, the money does get allocated. I hope I'm making sense because from my understanding of the way that budget works and the way that the process works, is that the funding actually doesn't get allocated until it goes through all of the proper procedures established by the Office of the Controller and OMB as well. But maybe I'm wrong. And if I am wrong, Speaker, then there should be absolutely no reason for Office of the Controller and OMB to hold up any funds that council has appropriated or allocated to projects. Thank you, Speaker. That's my point of privilege.
Okay, thank you. We'll reach out to Office of Management and Budget and the Controllers for the process, Madam Chair. Charles Newton. That thank you very much. Ms. Barbroff, do you have anything to add on immediately at this time? We are putting a request though.
Thank you, Speaker. The only thing that I would add is that when council, and this is because I work for the council, of course, when council passes a legislation appropriating funds, that is when the funds become unavailable for other legislation. Of course, if President line item vetoes it, then that money goes back into the pool, shall we say, and council can enact new legislation. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Speaker. This is Delegate Charles Newton.
Thank you very much for that response, Ms. Barbroff. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Charles Newton.
Thank you, Speaker. I raise a point of privilege under Rule 16B, maintaining the dignity and integrity of the proceedings. So then, is it then safe to say that the appropriation or allocation doesn't happen until the president signs the legislation? Otherwise, if it was up to council, then we wouldn't need the president's signature, is what I'm getting from from what Ms. Bobroff is saying. Because on one hand, she's saying that if we move 86 and 87 forward, we would be in the red. But now she's saying, well, the president has to sign it and he could line item veto it. So technically, the process is not completed until the president signs the legislation. So then does that then mean that we could just move 86 and 87 forward and have the president decide which one he's going to sign and which one he's going to veto? Thank you, Speaker. That's my point of privilege.
My question to you, well, not a question, but immediate response, Madam Chair, Charles Newton, is Ms. Barbroff can probably answer on from the lawyer's aspect of it, but historically, the council has never sent over documents where the president would decide. It's up to the council to appropriate these funds. And it's up to the council to appropriate, to say that this is the way that the council seems that this is deemed viable in order for us to go ahead and move forward. This is what the council has recommended collectively. I have never seen two budgets going over, annual appropriation budgets going over to the president's desk. And then we combined two legislations for us to appropriate under the CARES funds. But I think it's the job of the council, and that's the reason why the council has upheld that responsibility, to state that in order for us to go ahead and be the legislators of the Navajo Nation government, we wouldn't send over two legislations, and then that would make the president an ultimate legislator himself to decide which one would be better for the nation, when actually that's the responsibility of the Navajo Nation governing body. So that's the way I think it would answer that question regarding upholding the responsibility of what the people have elected this body to do, and that's to make the appropriation, the fiscal responsibility to appropriate funding and make those decisions, and having the president just have given him the authority recently for the line item veto, but before it was a concurrence to what the Navajo Nation Council has been suggested to put on his desk or her desk in the future. With that, Madam Chair, I'm going to go to Ms. Barbroff to answer further, maybe in some kind of legality format. Ms. Barbroff? Ms. Barbroff?
My apologies. I was talking while I was on mute. Speaker, what I would add is I believe that Delegate Charles Newton either misunderstood what I said, or most likely I just said it poorly. When council votes on a legislation, adopts a legislation, those funds are locked up. And that is the appropriation. Now, certainly and when they adopt it, that's when it kicks in. That's when the money gets unavailable for other expenditures. Certainly, yes. After council has enacted the legislation, then the president does have line item veto authority. But when he does a line item veto, that money does become available for additional appropriations, but it is after the president took the action. So in short, once council passes the legislation, they have made the appropriation. So that money gets locked up, gets reserved until the president takes action. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barboff. With that, colleagues, we're continuing on down at this time to item number 4, which is reports. There are none. Moving on down to item number 5, old business. A, legislation 0086-22. Sponsors by Honorable Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Holona, co-sponsored by Honorable Stewart, co-sponsored by Honorable Wanika. With that, Mr. Rico, if you could do a recap and read the legislation heading into the record again.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, tracking number 0086-22 is an action relating to the Napaquita Committee Navajo Nation Council allocating $1,070,298,867 of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds, approving the Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund expenditure plans for chapter assistance, public safety, emergency communications, E911, and rural addressing projects, cybersecurity, public health projects, economic development projects, hardship assistance, water and wastewater projects, broadband projects, home electricity connection, and electric capacity projects, housing projects, and manufactured housing facilities, bathroom addition projects, construction contingency funding, and reduce administrative funding. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Mark A. Freeland, co-sponsored by Honorable Pernell Holona, co-sponsored by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr., co-sponsored by Honorable Edison J. Wanika. This legislation was addressed on May 13th, 2022. There was a motion by Honorable Edmund Yazzie and a second by Honorable Wilson C. Stewart Jr. The Navajo Nation Council adjourned at 5:15 p.m. before acting on legislation 0086-22. Therefore, legislation remained with the Navajo Nation Council. At the beginning or during the debate of the legislation, there was a motion for a substitute motion. But per legislative council, as we adjourn the legislation, we start at the time before the substitute motion. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. And with that, colleagues, I'll go ahead. We do have, well, let me just say first, we do have a motion. We do have a second. Motions by Honorable Chairman Edmund Yazzie, seconds by Honorable Stewart. This is old business, so I'm going to turn the floor over to the sponsor for 5 minutes to do a recap from that point on, and then we'll go to the lineup, get back into the lineup on 0086-22. Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Colleagues and staff, good morning. This morning we
Point of
Are-
privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Honorable Freeland, hold on. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. May I get the project breakdown for legislation 0086-22? I've made this request since about April 14th of this year. Thank you, Speaker.
Honorable Freeland, can we get that project listing?
Yes, Speaker, we can do that. I'll
And,
work on that right now. Thank you.
And that has been requested numerous times.
Okay.
And I know Mr. Paulson Chaco indicated that he would send that over that same day, and we still haven't received it. If you could send that over, whoever's on your team, to Mr. Manny Rico, so he can go ahead and send that out. That, Honorable Freeland, floor is yours.
Okay, Speaker, real quickly, how much time do I have? I hope none was taken away.
You have 2 minutes and 13 seconds. I mean, 4 minutes and 54 seconds, sorry.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you, Yana. Those will be sent over this morning. I do appreciate the discussion that we had this morning. And of course, this legislation does include 38 expenditure plans. Of course, the primary focus is on our infrastructure, our basic infrastructure needs at 750 million, which have been identified through chapter submissions. And a lot of it focuses on water and wastewater, broadband, home electrical capacity, housing, new housing, as well as housing for veterans, a housing manufacturing portion, housing for former Bennett Freeze, and a bathroom addition component for $150 million. So altogether, of the $1 billion that we have allocated or sitting waiting, 750,550,000 does go to meet those infrastructure needs. Another component that we wanted to ask for was the portion for hardship. I appreciate my Honorable Che, Eugene So, dropping the emergency legislation, but there is a hardship component already built into this legislation of $120 million. Keep in mind, colleagues, we have 60,000 Navajo that have not been given an opportunity for hardship. It's an enrollment increase. We budgeted the initial allocation for 367,000 Navajos, and we are over 403 and 404, and it is projected to be about 410 to 412,000 of our Navajo people by the end of this year. I'm sorry. So that's really the gist of the basic infrastructure and the hardship. There's also chapter projects that's initially was introduced at 745,000 per chapter, and then the critical COVID services portion. The breakdown is as follows: public safety at 35 million, cybersecurity at 5 million, Department of Health, $79,487,500. Economic development does have some funds in there allocated, as well as $45,462,398. This morning, Speaker, I do have two agents with me. I do have President Nez, and I also have Chief of Staff Chaco as well. So that's kind of my recap this morning, Shnata. I do ask for your humble support and consideration of this legislation. We do have our people waiting right now for the basic infrastructure. It's been 14 months, and we need to get this money out as soon as possible to our people. The infrastructure needs are identified throughout the entire Navajo Nation as a whole. And that's something that was identified and looked at, was the projects throughout the entire Navajo Nation. So that's kind of my recap right now, Speaker, at this time, and I'll be glad to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Freeland. That, colleagues, again, we have a motion second on legislation 0086-22. Let me go back to the floor. I do have at this time next in the queue on the lineup for 0086-22, Honorable Otto So, then Madam Chair Charles Newman, then Honorable Slater, then Honorable Chairman Jamie Hino. And then Thomas Walker and Honorable Keon Begay. And then I do have Madam Chair Amber Crotty with reserve time of 4 minutes and 29 seconds. That Honorable Otto So.
With a privilege, Calvin.
Honorable Keon Begay, point of privilege.
Shandab, Speaker, point of privilege. Could we get the listing per region, per chapter, per projects of the $1 billion for all of the listing? Can we have those before we have the discussion on this particular legislation? We need those listing. I need that listing. I gave ample time to the sponsor and the upper office and whoever developed the budget. This was sent out last Thursday. And as of today, I haven't received anything. This was formally requested through a memo by me to the sponsor and others. Speaker, that's my point of privilege.
Thank you, Honorable Keon Begay. Honorable Freeland, again, as you can hear from your colleagues, the breakdown of the project listing, that was also requested formally from the Office of the Speaker to FRF office and to Mr. Paulson Chaco. And as of yet, 11:52 a.m. today, we still haven't received anything.
Okay, let me, Mr. Chaco is on the line, I believe. If I can have him elaborate on that, please.
Mr. Chaco? Chief?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the 24th Nomination Council, the project list that's being referred to is being sent right now, so Manuel should have a copy within the next few minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. That colleagues, you heard from the sponsor and his agent that they should be sending it over to Mr. Rico. That, moving on down, Honorable Otto So.
Oh, point of privilege, Delegate. I apologize, Vice Chair. So,
Honorable Otto So, hold on, please. Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
yes, Speaker. When there was a motion to adjourn, we were on my motion for a substitute motion. If we're continuing with the discussion, we should start back on Amendment 1.
Madam Chair.
Where in the rules? What rule overstrikes my motion and the second for Amendment 1?
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, let me refer to Office Legislative Counsel. Office Legislative Counsel.
And incoming Speaker. So once again, Council and Delegate Crotty, with legislation 0086, when it was at Council, it was, as you recall, a very, very unique situation. It is Office of Legislative Counsel's position that because Council adjourned without and had the opportunity, of course, to table or to refer the issue back to a committee, chose not to do that while they had a motion pending. My position is that you go back back to the last item Council voted on or motioned on, main motion, And that's where you would start. So my thoughts or my recommendation is that the substitute motion could be made again. Thank you, Speaker.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Embaccardi. Floor is yours again.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to see where that's in the rules or Title II. And if we're going back to the last motion, it would be the second motion for Amendment 1. I'd like to reclaim my time, Speaker. I made a formal amendment, Amendment 1 with a second motion, and that is where we should continue with either remaining time for Amendment 1 or other issues so we could take action on Amendment 1. Thank you, Speaker.
Ms. Barbara.
Speaker, as Chief Legislative Counsel, as I said earlier, there are no written rules addressing that specific situation. So what we have to try to do is look at precedents and try to come to conclusion. I've stated that it is my, as Chief Legislative Counsel position, that you would start before the Amendment 1. Of course, Speaker, you need to make a ruling on that, and then it can be challenged if so desired. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. And I think I did make the position known that in the past, there has been, whether Navajo Nation Council has, or Navajo Nation Navigate Committee or Council has timed out, or Navajo Nation Council has adjourned during a motion, that those motions do not move forward. We always start at the beginning again. And that's the way I stood on this position. Navajo Nation Council was on, Madam Chair Crotty, your amendment, which was the substitute motion. Now that substitute motion went all the way through until your colleagues did a motion to adjourn, and that motion to adjourn was upheld. So everything that was done collectively that day stayed there. That day, there was nothing that was voted on at Navajo Nation Council that moved it forward. So we started out at the beginning point again. So that's where the precedence has stated before, Madam Chair Embaccardi. So that's why I'm going back to the main. That's why I'm going back to the main motion, which is auto next in the queue.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty with the pen privilege.
Could you say that again, Madam Chair? I couldn't hear you on the last portion.
If I may respond or raise a point of privilege.
Madam Chair Crotty, the floor is yours on a point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker Damon. This is why it's important it's in writing. What's being stated is not accurate. I'm looking for either a rule or language in Title II that determined that 5 minutes that's allowed to delegates per our rules and law in making Amendment 1 with a motion and a second motion, that then an adjournment yields the floor back to the main motion. If there's precedence, I would like to see and bring up that citation. I cannot recall a time where a delegate that was on a motion or an amendment through adjournment lost their time. Because if you're going to go back and have reserve time and have time and honor the lineup from the last motion or the last discussion, and we should maintain and stay on Amendment 1 until we go to a vote. Adjournment is not an action on an amendment. That amendment cannot just disappear. You have to formally take action on that amendment. That is the rule and the law that I'm asking for. What rule or law says we cannot take action on Amendment 1? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can refer back to Ms. Barbara on the specifics of in the code or per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. But what I'm going off of is the precedents. Even in this legislation itself, legislation 0086-22, going from Navajo Committee to Navajo Nation Council, there was amendments that were not brought over due to the fact of that we did time out. And that's the same way of treating this legislation or this action. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Speaker. I can only say again that 0086 at council, that was a very unique situation. I have gone through the rules and the 164, the statute, numerous times. I do not find anything that states how council is to proceed when they have a motion in front of them and they voluntarily adjourn, as opposed to taking a vote or tabling the legislation or referring it back to a committee. There's just nothing in the rules or the statute that speaks to that either way. So all I can say is that Office of Legislative Counsel has done its best attempt to reconcile things and look at precedents. I can't add more than that. There is nothing in the rules or the statute that addresses that specific situation. And so I can't make it up. It's not there. So you have a void in your laws and your rules as far as this particular situation goes. But as Speaker complained, I think the situation can be seen as akin to situations when you run out of time. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara. That, colleagues, just to let everybody know where we're at right now, we are on old business legislation 0086-22. We do have a motion. We do have a second. We have Honorable Freeland, who I gave 5 minutes to go in an overview of his legislation. Now I'm going back to the lineup, and Honorable Otto So is next on the lineup. So at this time, I'm going to go
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Good morning, good afternoon, Madam Chair Crotty. It's 12:05 p.m. Madam Chair Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I'd have to challenge your decision. You based your decision on precedent. According to Legislative Council, there is no precedent. There's a void in our rules when it comes to an adjournment. I'm on Amendment 1 with a second motion. And I'm asking Speaker to make the decision to go back to Amendment 1 so that we can vote or carry on with the discussion.
Madam Chair, Amber Crotty, you did raise a challenge under a point of privilege. I cannot accept the challenge under a point of privilege.
So, what's the other one?
With that,
point of order?
with that,
Is it
going
point of
back,
order, Speaker?
good afternoon, Madam Chair Cardi. What is your point of order?
I'd like to challenge, Speaker, your decision on ruling that Amendment 1, at not recognizing Amendment 1 and that debate, and moving on to the next speaker.
Okay. That, colleagues, is a challenge on on the ruling that I have made, stating that moving on from the last time we heard legislation 0086-22, that we continue to start off anew, which would go beyond going to the back to the main motion. Madam Chair Crotty's recommendation and the challenges that we continue on with the substitute motion, which was Amendment 1. But as indicated, I did state that I made my ruling off the historical and precedents of what Navajo Nation Council has done before and prior, where if we timed out, we did not carry over those amendments that we are currently acting on because we didn't have a full complete vote on them. So with that, colleagues, when we go to the board, Madam Chair Crotty's challenge is green to vote for Madam Chair Amber Crotty on the challenge to go back to Amendment 1. And then voting red is continuing with the speaker's recommendation to the Navajo Nation Council. So with that, Madam Chair Amber Crotty has a motion as a challenge.
Speaker?
Is there a second?
Second, Charles Nguyen.
Crotty, second by Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton. That, Honorable Slater, did you have a question?
Thank you. Yes. Is
On
there
challenge.
debate? Yeah, is there debate or discussion on a challenge, or is it non-debatable? Reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4:54. We are on the challenge, and the challenge is debatable. Any other questions or comments, colleagues, on the challenge? If there's no comments or questions, we go back to reserve time. Vice Chair Smith, our Honorable Slater, 4 minutes and 54 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I understand the logic of Shema Delegate Crotty and what she's saying, that in the absence of a protocol, you could establish a protocol. And I think there's some merit to that via the principle of majority rule, and that is how our council is primarily designed, and how a lot of legislating bodies are designed. But I do think that the fact remains, every time where the council has expired, that is, we haven't taken action and we didn't vote to adjourn, or we did vote to adjourn, the protocol has been that any amendments that were voted on are not included in that. And so the debate that has taken place still exists, but the motions that were passed or not passed are not included in when the legislation's taken up again. And as someone who cares deeply about precedent, cares deeply about the functioning of this council, and that's why I invested so much time into the Title II amendments and the rules of council amendments before they were tabled and essentially thrown out by this council. I think that we do need to have a consistent set of interpretation. And so here I feel like we're deviating a little bit too much from what we've all generally understood. And I want to hear from the sponsor of the challenge what is the proposed protocol that we would adopt going forward to address this issue? Because, factually speaking, it's the same thing. The council didn't take action on the legislation. Either it's an expiration of the council session or it is a adjournment. And if those two things, functionally speaking, are identical, then we're essentially legislating on the fly and ignoring the custom of the council. And so that's what I would like to hear, just what really is the proposal here. And then second, from legislative council and OLS, and I guess yourself, Speaker, is there any reason why the motion that Delegate Crotty offered previously can't be offered again? I don't see any reason why that's not the case. And I think, I would stand by that. I don't see any issue. It's not like the motion and amendment failed. It's that it didn't receive a vote. And since it didn't fail, then there should be the opportunity to raise it again. But we've always recognized the time limits, and that when time is offered during the debate and it expires, you go back to your reserved time. So I'll reserve my time and hope that those questions could get answered. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute and 41 seconds. Let me go to Vice Chair Smith, and then I'll go back to the sponsor. Vice Chair Smith.
Good afternoon, Speaker, and 24th Navajo Council. The thought that's going on right now, weighing heavy on the council. People are waiting for 008622 or 008722 to be enacted or to be passed by council and then sent over to the president. My question is, May 13th, special session at Yada 0086, Thursday night at egg nanish sanahit I nastist ko eita bandit substitute motion with the need. Of course, United kid ita ha the snow. Ashmon it's 008722 tato. Laid nabikiat here, it and the asset source. Eado, that's it, leader. That's all, yeah. I call Ado Nastish, Konai kid be sly, yeah. DOJ, da no, it and the artist source. I call adjourn with all need. I call DOJ, no, yeah. Born it's Zada, Tida 0087 substitute all Nitigi. Then in response to Anado Yantas, and they never get a call. Ebony nada just adjourn without need. A call A down. The Nadishnigi A down. Adobanda seat in it 00086 ya. Shunde. Time out without need. On us this call Asian the kid joke challenge don't need joke not just joke be not this eat need 0087 dot after a down now be eight and the arch so called DOJ what on the bone it's not not challenge that the link upon it's not Asian ID Kadida DOJ Hotanina. I reserve my time, Shnanda. Speaker.
That 2 minutes and 14 seconds. Let me go back to sponsor. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair Crotty. Floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker and colleagues. I appreciate the questions and the comments. Speaker, in reviewing and at my best to follow, because there's nothing written, there's no memo, there's no rules of order that is cited or Title II law. So we move on to what we consider precedent. And what I'm looking for, and I asked, what is the citation? Where are we gathering this information? Because we're now talking about council action. So far, I've only heard what happens at committee level. We have different rules of order for committees. We have different rules of order for council. I am going off of my recollection of how council takes action on legislation. And then I am asking, where are you getting the root for your position when you say precedent? I've only heard referrals to committee action. At council, because the difference is at council, we have an allotted time, and this is the final authority. This does not move to another entity. It stays here with council. And so I appreciate the comments regarding precedents. I see none. And so I see this action right now as council making that decision. If there's an adjournment during council, then is that a move? And was the intent to waive that discussion in time? Because that essentially is what's being done here. When Amendment 1 was offered and second and debate and questions and comments were arise, when the adjournment happened, and we may then need to take a break and have staff go back to the adjournment and see if there was any provisions on the adjournment. Because I did not hear from the motioning party to then strike Amendment 1 or the debate off the record. I did pull out my Maston Manual of Legislative Procedure, and we do have on Chapter 20, let me see, I may have a different volume than most of you. I'm not sure what volume you're using. So I'll just relate to the chapters, to the motion of adjournment. And it does, and it is in here, and I'm looking for not only the right to adjourn, which we all have that right, but then what happens when we reconvene? And that's the question, Speaker and my colleagues. What right do you have as Speaker to waive the time that was allocated for Amendment 1, that debate, and to waive our right to go to vote for Amendment 1? If I could have that answered, and I think that also responds to some of my colleagues' questions and comments about their concerns. And if Legislative Council, Mr. Rico can provide at what council, what legislation are we talking about when we're citing precedent at council? Thank you, Speaker. I'll yield back to floor, Speaker. Thank you for, and if I could get those questions by our legislative service director, appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Let me go back to legislative, Ms. Barbara, if you have anything to add, and then I'll go to Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker. This is Ms. Barbara. The only thing that I would add is actually in response to the question that Delegate Slater asked, and that was whether the, depending on how the challenge comes out, but could the substitute motion be remotion brought up again? The answer was yes. As far as Delegate Crotty's question asking for sites of prior legislation, I'm going to defer to Mr. Rico and Office of Legislative Services. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. That, Mr. Rico, Legislative Services.
Thank you, Speaker, members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. The only legislation that I recall as director here with OLS is legislation 0083-21, which became CMY-31-21. That legislation was an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council removing Pearline Kirk as the controller of Navajo Nation. Now, on that legislation, we actually met, let me see here, on May 14th of 2021, and we did run out of time. Time expired 12 a.m. And we also, what had happened was there was another special session called on May 19th, 2021. And when we reconvened on May 19th, we pretty much started fresh as well, just as how we're discussing right now. Everybody had new time and everything. So we didn't continue from where we left off the first time we ran out of time on that session. And I'd have to go back to the recordings to actually see what the discussion was, but we did lose. And I believe, let me verify real quick, but we might've been on an amendment. Okay, there was no actual motion in process. We had done a cease debate, which passed, but we ran out of time, Mr. Speaker. And then in regards to, I know Honorable Slater mentioned OLS in regards to the bringing up a new motion, a substitute motion, that is acceptable too. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rico. With that, colleagues, let me go ahead and go and back to the board. Are there any other further comments or questions on the motion for challenge?
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. It's very interesting that this legislation is being treated as similar to the removal of our controller, Pearl Kirk. Speaker, I wasn't clear from Mr. Rico, if I may ask, when council ceased debate last year in May, you mentioned we started over. Can you clarify that statement? Was it delegates then were given their 5 minutes? They were returned their 5 minutes, and we restarted the debate again when we reconvened for the special session? Or did we, as a council, continue to move forward after that cease debate? What was the action then? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair Karati. With that, let me go to Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Speaker and Madam Chair and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. There was actually no motion on the floor at the time. So when we ran out of time, we had just done I believe the cease debate. And like I said, I can go back and check. But when we reconvened on the 19th, we continued with whatever time was being used on the main motion. I hope that clarifies the question, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, let me go back to the floor. Are there any other further comments or questions at this time before I go back to reserve time? If there are not, let me go back to Honorable Vice Chair Slater, 1 minute and 41 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll reserve my time.
Thank you very much. Reserve your time at 1 minute, 39 seconds. Moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 2 minutes and 14 seconds.
Speaker, Hela Nana, out of Bishmasan. Shinaidi Kibby Salagi shot DOJ hat see Edo. Naso Hirschbenina, a late Nabkia adjut under source, AE da bandate. Oh, substitute motion that it no. Benina adjourn, yeah, call. That's a kid got jot AE da, quite a J, Papa. Attorney General the Kona Benina. Motion adjourn, yeah, that's Benina. Shinaidi kid, reserve my time.
That 1 minute and 39 seconds. That, colleagues, any other comments or questions before we go back to the sponsor?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Honorable Yellowhair on a challenging motion. Honorable Yellowhair, floor is yours.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much, the Speaker and the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Those no sign. Shady Sata Vigiti. Substitutions are now a now or able like a Kabalake Nanata, we can Saskeka Nana and Nana level A or your substitution. The substitution 8 and 8 at the time we were just discussing 0086-22. And just all of a sudden that a legislation 0087 came above said substitution. 86 was nothing wrong with it. We just made a mistake. We just put 87. Just how the DOJ explained the situation. A credit with 8 and he told me. Our legislation. He caught on was there legislation. Our advisor should assist us to stay in the right order. Those evening Craig and he eat or substitute up on Yan Eben DJ. Do hot that on there on the legislation 0086-22. That's my concern. I don't know you can't it and he is to be the seat. What it's and I would like to request reserve my time. Speaker here, Nikki National Hospital, thank you. I reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 3 minutes and 32 seconds on wheel here. That, moving on down. If there's no other time, let me go back to Madam Chair. Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. So I'm not here to change the philosophy of my colleagues. I understand you're receiving multiple texts and guidance from the Office of the President and Vice President. What I just want to remind my colleagues is we're the elected delegates. And the question is, when the removal of Pearl Kurt and that resolution, or when that legislation, when there was a cease debate and we returned as council, is that exactly what we're doing here? And what I'm arguing is there was no amendment. So there's no precedent. I'm asking Speaker to honor my time as afforded by our laws and rules on a legal amendment that was second, that was debated upon. And there has been no evidence that the adjourning party wished to waive that time or those actions. And as we move forward and reconvene, that's where we should leave off, just as any other session. I'm asking to reclaim my time, to put this legislation back in order. And those are the questions. So Mr. Rico, if you can provide what the motioning party requested at the time. I'm trying to pull up the committee report and having I don't have a team of researchers behind me. That is why I'm asking the Office of the Speaker and the legislative branch, when asserting or making these positions, to provide that documentation, to give that out, and so that we could keep this process in order. There has been discrepancies in terms of how we have been advised, but that's just under advisement. I'm looking for black and white, and I have a right as a delegate to make an amendment, to make a second, and to continue on with that discussion. I understand another delegate could make that amendment or motion, or whenever I get my time back. But there is no precedence in waiving or taking time from a delegate while they have the floor. And I stand here and saying that is what I'm debating right now. I will not allow you to take my time without my consent. At no time did I yield back the floor, and I'm requesting that time back so we can move on the amendment. Thank you.
She has 429.
Thank you very much for the explanation too as well, Madam Chair Cardy. That, colleagues, we are in a challenging motion. Let me go back to the floor. I do have Chairman Rick Nez in the queue. Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker Damon. Our basements on Snand are not Senegi, are not Horizon Angi. Data cross my area SKG, Chair Crowdy, Anin, and I not Senegi, but Aban so case data, so what Aban this case, I'd like to share my thoughts. It's an Abbas, Bita Nahata, Snand, I not Senegi. Speaker Damon and Hats of Spas. And I can ask, Nikita Spas. Think yes, 86 or yes, 87 or yes. Because in order to move forward, I see Neldo has job and Sahakesko. I put out it on this Lama and Sangaban Siskesha. The Ohut Ego. Asai the nego such a cheap personal land or less. But let our hajo a hito ness. Best ego asa the amendment yoke the gito aro ani on hits or kit le adjourn daily. A co the I said peso so a deal. Billion bill soft the date, Neniki peso. Do it the millias either Tigego, Bonchas Kesco. The legislation was written. Now we do. We do have that right to make amendments. Let's not worry about what the president is going to say or do. I support Honorable Chair Crotty's challenge. And what about Hinadika? What out a Hadijo, Sana Bansigi Bay Nasta Dika. This is a whole lot of money that we're talking about that we need to spend. Illegitimately, we do need to make decisions. Hajo Halebe Nabikia deal Sito and the Tahut Audi or the plot is ticking. We're gonna have to approve the way that we're gonna amend this legislation. Chapters done the last door base of a hodor listing Niniki il eti. Wheel ego over Bachan il is the Bachan Nadil Tasco. Ayado do Nason had that il can. Look at the prices. I sit the Hodatza. Hanzagos the Hodon, Niso, Kushbata, I laid or let's pay last seat legal. The Quaggy Bansis case, the Hajo. A co. The Kodo did a Kodo challenge and Nadigishalako. All ever hot on Hinamish ill and did amendments. The hot abe has on it, Litigan Hinhas, a lot of a hot nail last. The votes will be red and green. We'll know how to amend this legislation. 86 and 87, Beso Gisa. Half a billion to this legislation, to $500 million to the other legislation. When King Solomon was had these two women come before him with one live baby, one saying that this is Shisha Awetno. I don't Gishnila Sani. Pay like a aware, Alkizunda, Man Lenike, Tota Gasla. Somewhere we have to look at both of them and say, let's cut the money in half. Let's cut the money in half. Give this horse 86, half of it. And give this other horse 87, half of it. Thank you. God bless each and every one of you. Did you hear me? Was I on mute or what?
We heard you, yes, thank you.
We heard you, Chairman Nez. Thank you. That colleagues, moving on down. Honorable Caleb Gay, floor is yours.
Could you challenge the allegation and Speaker, Ado 24th Council, the justification, the money is needed out there. No. We need to show the people the actual budget, line by line. Majority of them will really not benefit directly to the community that are in dire need of water, electricity, broadband, and housing. But then that's our argument, some of us. And the reason why I'm standing my ground, that I'm receiving less than 1% of the $1 billion of the 5 chapters that I represent. Now, how can I tell the communities that I represent that, okay, I'm being pressured to just vote just because that the money is needed out there? Oh, not ni koko. But when the reality of the funding being allocated of the 5 chapters, they'll be receiving less, much less of the needed in my region. So the terms of equity is not being administered here. Take out a lot of these demolishing process. Let the chapter, whatever region that they're in, let them take care of it. And I keep bringing up Low Mountain, broadband, cell tower. It's not even in the list. and a point of privilege at the same time, Speaker. Pato memo June 9th I did receive a listing. Now it's up to $15 million for chapters, but majority of them all says across the Navajo Nation. That's all it says. My memo specifically asks specific chapters and specific project and specific dollar amount. That's my point of privilege, Speaker, before we move even further to the debate 86-22. Speaker, thank you.
Honorable Keelan, you started off with your time and you went into a point of privilege. So I'm utilizing that as your time. So could you raise your point of privilege right now?
Speaker, appreciate that. I apologize for combining my regular comment with a point of privilege. But probably better to say was that I will raise a point of privilege after my statement. But point of privilege, Speaker. My point of privilege is June 9th, 2022. It does request, I'm requesting for the 5 chapters that I represent. Low Mountain chapter, Touchy Blue Gap chapter, Talana Cottonwood chapter, Nozzini chapter, and Mini Farms chapter. Specific projects and the dollar amount. And specific, the dollar amount and the project, for each category, because the listing that we got, they're all just combined to say that all my chapters, especially for veterans. Veterans, all it says is that, but earlier or several weeks ago, I was told that I was only getting 3 veterans home for my region, but I have 5 chapters. Auto broadband, I believe Little Mountain is not even listed in this particular budget as well. So those are the specific I'm requesting of the budgeting author, that's Olya, whoever developed this particular budget. I want that particular document, Speaker. That's my point of privilege so that I can share that with the chapter officials and the community member that I represent. Speaker.
On Keelan, specifically, you're talking about what legislation or what document in reference to in your memo on June 9th? Are you talking in reference to legislation 86 or 87? Or are you talking about documents
Speaker.
that you might have seen, or what? I can't specifically go after something I don't know what you're in referencing to.
May I read my memo, Speaker? Point of privilege. We will answer your question.
Is this to the challenge?
It's part of the challenge justification, because people or my colleague continues to say that the people needs the money. So all I'm saying is, if the people needs the money, why are they excluding my 5 chapters that they need, that they're getting less funding than other chapters? That's my justification, Speaker.
So I know, but what I'm
my 5 chapters, they're getting far less funding of the 5 chapters that I represent, where some of the chapters are getting a hefty amount in certain region that's being supported.
I'm Keelan BA, so you're referencing the legislation, but what's legislation 86, 87?
That's what I'm saying. May I read my memo, Speaker? It will quickly be less than a minute, Shimbiga. Speaker, please.
Keelan, Che, I just need to know what is in reference to, so I can go after to say
It
if
does
it's
say the subject line is Exhibit C, the budget of legislation 86-22.
okay, 86-22. So there was a document that was sent over by Mr. Paulson Chaco at what time?
I sent it out. So we got it from 12 o'clock.
We got it from the FRF office and it was sent out at 12 o'clock,
Yeah, 12:05.
12:05 PM. Does that help, Honorable Keon Begay? Or you needed further reference to your specific chapters?
Speaker, a point of privilege, as I indicated, the list that I got of all the 24 region, majority of them are just combined of all my 5 chapters for a specific dollar amount. That's not cutting it. My request is for each chapter, for each specific projects, which projects are going to be funded. But even if I receive that information, the dollar amount is way, way less than any other region. And I'm sure I'm probably the least amount of the dollars that I'll be getting for my 5 chapters. Far less.
Point of order.
But it doesn't refrain from, even if this is, if we do away with it now. You can.
Sorry.
Raise it again.
Honorable Keon Begay, I'm going to a point of order, but in reference to that, before I go to the point of order, that's a specific question that would be going to the sponsor of the legislation, Honorable Freeland. And Honorable Freeland, I hope if this, whatever goes forth, just to answer Honorable Keon Begay's question will be in route. And I'm sure he's asking that question to see about bringing the legislation up. But I just want to reference that I don't have that information, but I'm requesting the sponsor, Honorable Keon Begay, to have that information for you. Madam Chair Charles Newman, point of order.
Speaker, yes. Speaker, you're the speaker of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Part of your responsibility is to keep us on task with what is happening. At this point, there is debate being made about a legislation when we technically are on Rule 25, point of order, where there has been a challenge to your order or to your decision, Speaker. So can we please try to stay on task with where we're at and maybe just remind delegates that we're not debating the legislation. We are debating the challenge that Madam Chair Amber Crotty has raised, and we still haven't even taken a vote. Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair Charles. And that's what I did ask Honorable Keon Begay about. Is this referring to the challenge? And he justified why he says this was justifiable to the challenge. So with that, we are going back. I do have nobody in the queue at this time. We are on a challenging motion by Madam Chair Crotty, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. I do have Honorable Slater with 1 minute 39 seconds, Vice Chair Smith 1 minute 39 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow here with 3 minute 32 seconds. Is there any more comments or questions on the challenge at this time before I go back to reserve time?
Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Otto So.
Know that we are on the challenge. Can I cease debate on the challenge and let's get to the vote? Thank you. Serve my time.
As any other debatable motion, the cease debate on a challenge is acceptable. But let me, before I go to acknowledging your cease debate, let me ask to see if colleagues are willing to waive their time. Vice Chair Slater, are you willing to waive your time?
Delegate Crotty answered my question, and I like her summary there. So yeah, I'm ready to vote. Thank you.
Vice Chair Smith, are you willing to waive your time?
Speaker Damon, no.
Okay, with that, there's a motion to cease debate on the challenge by Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So, 1, 2, 3, 5. There's been how with 5?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
There's been 7 individuals speaking. On about AutoSo, there's no specifics on the breakdown on support or non-support. And this hasn't been debated for more than an hour. So I can't accept your motion cease debate at this time. That I'm going back to Vice Chair Slater. 1 minute and 39 seconds on your reserve time.
Thank you, Speaker. I thought I'd waive my time, but I'll use a couple seconds here. So the way that Delegate Crotty summarized it, and that we were in the middle of a motion, and that may be different than not being in the middle of the motion, I think that should be the precedent of this council. And so I hope that we establish that today, that if we adjourn or time expires in the middle of a motion, that we should resume right into it. It's elegant, it's simple, and it makes sense. So I'll vote green. Thank you. And I'll wait the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. With that, moving on down, Vice Chair Smith, 1 minute, 39 seconds.
Oh, thank you, Speaker. My question has been answered. This was still at Nabukiyatia, and there was no action done on it according to committee rules. Anything that's at the committee level, if they're not final authority, stays there. So when the substitute motion came up, that was the question. Why are we trying to entertain substitute motion for 87 that hasn't gone through the action with the Nabukiyatia? And DOJ did say that it is not permissible to go forth to the council on a substitute motion. So we're trying to retro this back on a motion that was questionable whether it was allowable. And we're trying to say we need to be in compliance with our current rules and regulations, our laws, and therefore it should be there to stay at 0 or at the Nabukiyatia. But now the Nabukiyatia has made a motion and passed that 087. Are we going back on the prior one that was talked about? That's my question. Reserve my time.
16. Thank you very much, Vice Chair Smith. That 16 seconds. Before we go back to the sponsor, let me go to Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Yellowhair, 3 minutes and 32 seconds.
Hello, Speaker.
Yes.
I'll keep as is. I reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you very much.
328. That, we go back to the sponsor. Senator Crotty.
Time to motion, graciously.
Speaker Damon, I'm not sure what the individual had said there, if there was a comment to me at the very end. Thank you, Speaker, my colleagues. So the action that we're on right now, Speaker, is the challenge of resuming this legislation and but bypassing or waiving time on Amendment 1. I've asked in terms of what are laws and what are policies that can guide the council. It's been provided that we do not have rules after an adjournment. There was, and I believe, Speaker, you may have made your decision based off of prior or past precedent from the removal of Controller Pearl Kirk. But in that discussion with staff, there was not an amendment when time expired. And so that's not precedent. That's not an example, and that's not a norm of this council. I strongly believe we're all doing the best that we can. And so let me offer some suggestions. Judge Delegate Damon, I know you've had a rough week with the passing and the sickness of Ed T. Begay. I want to recognize that and honor that. And so I want to say this with kindness. The recommendation is, let's have a discussion, delegate to delegate, on the actions that are being proposed on legislation. Let's have a discussion and bring together all of the material that's needed to make the best decision. And that could have been with Delegate Freeland, myself, and your team, Speaker Damon. Because I think the information that was provided to you at the time, you made the best decision that you could. But now knowing that resolution to remove Pearl Kirk is not in line or does not have the same facts as this legislation, if there could be room for in knowing these facts now, I would like to know, Speaker, if there's opportunity to reconsider your decision to start off this discussion with delegates and waive the time of that amendment one and second motion. So that would be my question to you, Speaker, because I still think we have time to move forward and we were ready for the vote. And I did not hear from the staff, Mr. Rico, if during the adjournment, if there was any provisions put on the adjournment, any timelines, any guidance. I have reached out to Delegate Freeland multiple times via text, in person, to have a conversation about how to move forward. And I think that is what it's going to take, is to continue to have these discussions, continue to get our answers, but I will not yield, and I have not yielded my time. Colleagues, that is the question. When a colleague, any colleague, has an amendment on the floor, an adjournment does not stop that time. That does not waive my time. And I'm reclaiming my time on the floor and asking you, Speaker, now with additional information to make the decision you think is best, and then we could move forward via our votes. And that's really the public conversation and the public discourse. So there's no precedent, and there's still opportunity right now, Speaker, for you to allow me to continue with my time on the Amendment 1, Amendment 2, and the time that was allocated to other delegates. I'm not sure how many delegates spoke on that amendment. I don't know how much reserved time, but that is what I'm centering this discussion on. And my hope is that every day as leadership, we have constant conversations so that we can make these decisions with accurate information and make the best decisions that we can. So that's what I'm going to say and ask, Speaker. Please let me know how we can move forward. I'll need your guidance on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Carney. I understand what you're saying, and not just the precedents. I know that you're taking two different variables now from what has happened at the council level and what has happened at the committee level. The reason why that when we first kept back into this motion, that I stated that we would start off with and going back to the main lineup, which was AutoSo next under 86-22, was because on May 13th, there was a specific statement request to have a special Navajo Nation Council session that day on 86-22 for one day. that one day has ended, and that ended with an adjournment. Everything that has happened, whether we're on a summer, or spring, or winter, spring, summer, fall session, everything ends on adjournment. Whether that's moving forward, if we didn't handle legislations, they would die. If we tabled them and they didn't happen, they would die. If there's something that didn't happen and it needed to move forward to the next session, those things would end there, just like how it has done numerous other times. And if we're going to refer to two different variables, which I do agree with you, but it has happened at the committee levels. And as Ms. Barbroff has indicated, there's a very limbo language in the, not only in Title II, but also in specifically in the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, that there's nothing to be, no quick direct decision. And that's the reason why I'm making my decision specifically on that. In moving forward, Madam Chair and Ricardo, I'm not saying that you cannot bring this substitute motion back again. You're everywhere, you have every opportunity to bring the substitute motion back again. But I'm just saying that at this time, because there's nothing specific, I'm saying that there has been precedence that we'd start over again. That's the en route that I think that is going forward, specifically on the time frame of what had happened when your colleagues had signed up for a petition on May 13th to have that discussion specifically for that day. They had signed up to the discussion to have that specifically on that legislation today, or today again, yes. So my follow-up thought to this too, as well as this, Madam Chair Karate. At this point, I think that we should move forward with this challenge. I will take the direction, if Navajo Nation, if your colleagues do believe that this is the way to go, I thank the council for directing the office, directing myself to know that that's the route in the future that we need to go. But in the way that we have done it in the past is the way I think that the way that the guidance of the council has been moving forward from the precedents, but also from what has been done in my time frame here under the 23rd and 24th Navajo Nation Council. So I do believe that that your challenge is in order. I do agree that if you're asking for what kind of guidance, I do believe that we should take this vote, and it will give further guidance to not only myself for the next couple of months, if there's any further decisions that are made like this, that this is the way that the council wants to proceed and head going in this direction. At least that gives direction to myself in knowing that this is what the council has wanted to do collectively and making this recommendation moving forward. Thank you. With that, colleagues, we are on the challenge motion, and let me go back. I don't have anybody else in the queue at this time, but I do have reserved time. Vice Chair Smith, 16 seconds.
Thank you, Speaker. At this point in time, could you reiterate which vote goes which way and the colors that will be voting, whether green or red, which direction it goes with that 16 seconds? Wait the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Smith. Green is to support the challenge, and red is to support the current ruling. With that, Honorable Jimmy O'Hare, 3 minutes and 28 seconds.
I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. That, colleagues, if there's no other comments or questions at this time on the challenging motion, we're ready to vote.
Speaker Damon, this is Delegate Crotty.
Yes, Madam Chair Cardi, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. I appreciate the response and deferring to the council. And so I just want to reiterate, the challenge is not based on any legislation. This challenge is based on how council conducts committee meetings and council meetings and council action. And so in reviewing, because our laws and policies currently do not provide guidance on what adjournment means, and I've heard a few things in this discussion on what happens to an action or a legislation with adjournment. And I did write, and Speaker, you did make a statement that adjournment can mean, the killing of a legislation, I believe. And I kind of scribbled that out. That is not what we're talking about here. What we're talking about is this is the first time in known history from the staff and legislative council that during an amendment, an adjournment motion was made. And right now we're not clear, and I asked staff if there was any directive when that adjournment was made. What impact does that have on the legal amendment on the floor? An amendment that was motioned and recognized, second and recognized, a hearty debate. And that is the question. When council comes back together, what is the process of council? And that is what we're voting on. And so today, and for this action, it happens to be Delegate Crotty's amendment, but when we're voting, and at any time, it could be your amendment. And so if you have an amendment on the floor, how would you want this council to proceed? Or would you want to hold your time and reclaim your time? And that is what I'm asking for. At no point did I yield my time back to the floor and asking for Amendment 1 for action to be taken on Amendment 1. That is the challenge. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. With that, I don't have anybody else in the queue. So let's go ahead and vote on the challenge. Red, or again, green is the support of the challenge. Red is to stand on the current ruling. That, go to board.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
On infrastructure.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
It started since 9 days so
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Key Allen votes green.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Point of privilege, Speaker.
Yes. Point of privilege, Madam Chair Charles Newton, while we're voting.
Just really quickly, Speaker, on my notes, I have voting green is for Delegate Crotty, voting red is for Speaker Damon. Is that correct?
We're voting for policy, not for delegates.
Oh, I'm sorry, for policy. I vote green. Sorry about that.
All right, yes, but that is correct.
Did you get my vote?
No, we did not. Madam Chair Charles.
I vote green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Sada, this is Delegate Amber Canes-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. did not vote. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote green.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is so.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes green for this. Yeah.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
High school level, what I mentioned after we choose, from Carl.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi did not vote. Speaker, with a vote of 19 in favor, 2 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. 19 in favor, 2 opposed. Speaker not voting. Motion carries on the challenge. And thank you, colleagues, for that recommendation moving forward. With that now, in Madam Chair Crotty's initiative, we are back on 86-22. We are, give me the lineup. We are Amendment 1.
Privilege speakers, Eugenio.
Amendment 1. Could you read Amendment 1 back into the record, Mr. Rico? Push. Point of privilege? Point of privilege, Chairman Henio.
Speaker Damon. the 24th Navajo Nation Council with this vote that we just took. I believe, Sele, as Speaker, it will be in your hands to sponsor an amendment to the policy, because this was a policy vote that needs to be changed. So I urge you to consider this and then move forward with an amendment to the policies. So Speaker Damon.
Okay. I will definitely have staff work on that immediately. Do we still have a Title II subcommittee?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe I'll refer that to the Title II subcommittee. If they don't act, then I'll just take it forward. With that, again, we are back on with the vote on 86-22. Madam Chair Amber Crotty's motion for Amendment 1, second by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Mr. Rico, if you could read that back, what the amendment read.
Thank you, Speaker. Members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, there was a substitute motion to replace legislation 0086-22 with legislation 0087-22. As mentioned, the motion was by Madam Chair Amber Knaz-Bakrati, second by Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much. With that, there's a substitute motion on the floor at this time on Amendment 1. We do have a motion and a second. Let me go to Madam Chair Crotty for recap.
Thank you,
she has
Speaker Damon.
Yeah, you have 3 minutes.
I'm not sure, do I have a time?
You have 3 minutes, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Speaker. Colleagues, this is a substitute motion per our rule that, and so in order to break down, my hope is that a starting point can be the document that was provided to council this morning from the Office of President and Vice President, so you can review the impacts or the benefits to your regional projects. In looking at the Department of Health COVID numbers, across the board, Navajo Nation was impacted. There was every community and basically every family was impacted by COVID. And so our goal with this amendment is to give you the opportunity to identify what projects have been reviewed by Department of Justice in supporting regional projects. There's also an opportunity for delegates to continue to submit projects that were not submitted to Department of Justice for review. That could have been either through the Division of Community Development, it could have been through the Division of Economic Development, or now as we're hearing from some of our small business owners and our ranchers and farmers, that there is a need and how COVID has exacerbated and their savings, and now as they're moving into drought conditions, what can we do as a council to provide direct relief in the most expedient manner? And as we're dealing with other different variants of COVID, how are we going to support our nation's relief? Another area that is of concern in reviewing the Department of Health, I believe $79 million, there was no funding allocated to New Mexico senior centers. And so this gives you the opportunity to provide local relief. As we know, our senior centers never closed. They had staff who were there at the front lines. We continue to provide them supplies, support, and this amendment would allow you as a delegate to make sure then your concerns of your communities are reached, and that this can be done in the most equitable, transparent, manageable possible. I'm sorry, the most equitable manner possible. And we'll need the help of the ARPA office, the Office of the Controller, and we're waiting for OPVP and the Fiscal Recovery Office to approve the technical assistance request so Dibbles, a non-Navajo company, can support delegates. Hopefully we hire a Navajo consultant soon, and so that we can continue to support our people. and our economy and our future and our children. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair Crowdy. With that, colleagues, moving forward, we are going back to the motion. This is who we have in the lineup, colleagues. I have Chairman Daniel So, Chairman Yazzie, Honorable Vince James, Chairman Rick Nez, Honorable Stewart, Vice Chair Smith, Honorable Vice Chair Otto So, Madam Chair Charles Newton, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Che Keon Begay, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Elmer Begay, Honorable Vice Chair Walker, and Chairman Jamie Hino. You all have no time. I do have Honorable Edison Wanika, Honorable Eugene So with 43 seconds. And then I do have next in the queue is Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, and then Honorable Herman Daniels. With that, I'm going to the floor on the substitute motion. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, floor is yours.
I reserve my time, Mr. Tiller. I reserve my time. All the way.
Hey, reserve your time at 4:58. Moving on down, Honorable Daniels, floor is yours on the substitute motion.
Certainly going out.
Did you say you waive your time, Honorable Daniels? Okay, thank you. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, reserve time of 43 seconds.
Speaker, point of privilege?
Yes, point of privilege, Honorable.
Okay, reserve my time.
42 seconds. Honorable Freeland, point of privilege.
Thank you, Speaker. Just some clarity in regards to the discussion at hand. Is this relation to the substitute motion or the actual legislation itself? That's my point of privilege or my question of privilege. Thank you.
This is related to the substitute motion. The substitute motion as of right now, just to reiterate again, is we started off with legislation 0086-22. Madam Chair Amber Crotty brought up the substitute motion, which we're talking about is just substituting 87 for 86. That's what we're doing right now. So in this substitute motion, that's all we're talking about. If this passes, which is simple majority, if this passes, and then we would start debating legislation 87-22. If it doesn't pass, then I go back to the original lineup under 86-22. Honorable Freeland.
Okay, so it does require a vote for the substitute motion then?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, colleagues, any other comments, questions before I go back to reserve time? There's none. We'll go back to reserve time. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, 4 minutes, 58 seconds.
Speaker, Damon, I'd like to reserve my time. Speaker,
4:55 is your reserve time, Honorable Yellow Hair. Moving on down, Honorable Eugene So, 42 seconds.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. A question to Dana. Instead of a substitute motion, is that what we do making motions? Overstruck and underlined. This is why I motion for the emergency legislation, because it takes taking too much time. So substitute motion versus main motion, we can overstruck the whole 86 and then underline the whole 87 and motion it that way. Is that possible, Dana?
Ms. Barbroff?
Thank you, Delegate. So thank you, Speaker. So what a substitute motion does is exactly what Delegate So was saying. This motion is deleting everything that is in 0086, and it is, so it's striking out all of 0086 and inserting 0087. Put another way, then 0087 would all be underlined. So that is also a way to accomplish the substitute motion. I hope that answers your question. Thank you, Delegate. So,
Okay, thank you. Moving on down. Any other comments or questions, colleagues? Before I go back to reserve time. Not Honorable Yellow Hair. Floor is yours, 4 minutes and 55 seconds. No. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair.
Okay, Speaker, I would like to reserve my time. Speaker, thank you very much.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes, 52 seconds. Honorable Jimmy Yellow Hair, going back to you with reserve time, 4 minutes, 52 seconds.
I yield my time.
Hey, thank
I yield
you.
my time.
Colleagues, if there's no more comments, questions on the substitute motion.
Point of privilege, this is Daniel.
Point of privilege, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, do I still have some time? Because I reserved the rest of my time.
Well, I asked you if you waived your time and you said yes, Honorable Daniels.
Mr. Chair, I'm in a meeting with it, but what I said was reserved time.
Honorable Daniels, you did say you waived your time.
Thank you, Speaker.
With that, colleagues, any other comments, questions? Went twice on substitute motion. Went 3 times, go to the board, simple majority.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Bakrati. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canaz Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Vote red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Any votes red?
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So votes green via text. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up, Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green via text. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez votes green via text. Speaker, with the vote of 11 in favor, 11 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you very much, colleagues. Good afternoon, everyone. Looks like the vote is 11 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaker not voting it. Chairman Daniel So is excused, so that takes, with that, on the substitute motion to replace legislation 86-22 with legislation 87-22. On this substitute motion, as we heard along through the lines, whether the debate from Office Legislative Counsel, who we reiterated on May 13th that this was in order. I did stand by that. Department of Justice did not reiterate that. So there's a split even in our own departments to say if this motion is sustainable. But looking into the rules, the substitute motion has been precedent, has made precedent, not only the 23rd Council. On this substitute motion, we're talking about two specific different ordinance, but one common ground is to spend $1,070,298,867. With that, I do believe that working together with both of these legislations, that there is a middle ground, and that middle ground can be met. Text message? No. With that, colleagues, 86-22 has been debated. That debate could have went up or down. 87 has not been debated and should be debated, and let my colleagues hear what that, to give them that direction too as well. So with that, colleagues, I vote green.
Honorable Speaker Seth Damon votes green. Speaker, with a vote of 12 in favor, 11 opposed.
Thank you. With that, colleagues, 12 in favor, 11 opposed. Speaker voting, motion carries on substitute motion, simple majority legislation. So with that, on legislation 0087-22 or 86-22 on substitute motion becomes legislation 0087-22. We did hear from the legislative body in the presentation from 86-22. Now, because the legislation passed on a substitute motion, we are going to listen to legislation 0087-22. With that, there is a sponsor by
Speaker, point of privilege.
Madam Chair Crotty. Yeah. Could was it point of privilege?
Freeland.
Yes, point of privilege, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. With this substitute motion, 86 just kind of waits in the background and on the council agenda, correct? That's my question, privilege or point of privilege. Thank you.
Yes, your legislation. We only voted on the substitute motion. 86-22 is still in place, but if it is stricken from the agenda, and getting clarity on that. But legislation 87-22 is now in place. If this legislation fails, then or if the legislation passes, we move across the street. If it fails, then that's the end of legislation 86 or 87-22. But 86-22 is still alive.
On the agenda.
Not on the agenda.
Thank you.
That legislation 0087-22 sponsored by Madam Chair Crotty. Floor is yours. You have 20 minutes on the board.
Thank you, Speaker and colleagues, and Delegate Freeland and co-sponsors for providing the legislation with some recommendations in terms of how our nation and council and leadership can combine and provide support to the Navajo Nation and its entirety. For this legislation, Speaker, as read into the record at Nabakiatian with a vote of in favor, I want to make sure, Speaker, that and a request as we receive the document from the Office of the President and Vice President at 12 o'clock. I'm going to use my time to request, Speaker, since they're individual files, can your staff, and I understand your staff is going through a lot, is there a staffer or someone from legislative service that can create just a one-page document so delegates know how, where funding and projects are identified? We're still challenged with cross-referencing what was submitted to the portals and what is actually eligible through Department of Justice. We did receive the listing from Department of Justice, and it just frankly does not all make sense. It's not clear what projects were submitted and how they correlate to the different portals from our chapters. I do want to recognize this is an opportunity for delegates who were submitting requests for amendments that this language allows and directs the fiscal recovery program to provide technical assistance to the delegates so that your projects will be created on an Appendix A Navajo Nation fiscal recovery form, and that you have the opportunity to get that reviewed through Department of Justice and have that project or proposal ready. Why that is important at this time, as we look at the Department of Health, some of their recommendations as I mentioned, this is a great opportunity for New Mexico delegates to work with Daltech and their local senior centers to identify the needs, whether that's equipment, van service, maybe a modification to the buildings to help with the drive-through service, or if there's weather-related activities. This is also an opportunity to get equipment like a hot or cold truck that can keep the food warm or cold throughout the process. So this is a time to work with them, and my hope is that our colleagues on the executive side can provide that support to committee members. As we review this legislation, Speaker, again, as it's been read into the record at Nabakiatian, is there's opportunities for certified chapters to enter into sub-recipient agreements, and this would also give the opportunity for delegates to identify your bathroom addition projects, what are the housing needs of your community, whether that's major or minor home repair, how you can work with your veterans and organizations to identify what are the housing needs, and come to a transparent process in how that's going to be determined, and enter into subrecipient agreements or work with the division and working with the Division of Community Development. So there's a lot of opportunities. The main focus of this legislation is for you as delegates to have the opportunity to identify projects that your communities have proposed, have submitted the documents, and give them time if DOJ needs more time to review, or now knowing they have an opportunity to continue to submit documents. So I think, Speaker, when looking at this exhibit and this legislation, there's also opportunity for Navajo Nation-wide projects. And that is the decision by vote of each of the delegates in understanding that project and adding it to their list. Now, on the New Mexico side of the nation, we're very familiar with how our state representatives, we submit proposals, they are vetted, and they then secure funding for our communities. This is the same line of thinking where you're not, as a delegate, considered the project manager. You're simply requesting proposals, making sure they're ARPA eligible through the process, the proper process, and then add them onto your list. And when I say add them onto your list, that is the equitable amount, what is remaining. We do know there was delegates who benefited from some of the CARES unfunded projects, some of the Sehastin reimbursements, but I think in the spirit of working together and in the spirit of getting these projects out, the best way is from this point on, how can we provide the services that our people need? There was a question that arose during the discussion on hardship. Unfortunately, the acting controller was not on the Budget and Finance committee last week, and so we're not sure if there's updated information on the request, but this would be a good opportunity if additional funding is needed for hardship, how collectively as this council through our votes can vote in favor of making sure there's funding available to accommodate the application process, which ends later this year. In terms of other projects that I've heard from my colleagues, this is also a great time to work with the broadband office to submit your projects. And I just think in terms of how Dibble, who is a non-Navajo contractor, how we can re-examine to pull on Navajo contractors who can help us with the planning, design, and project management. We also have the opportunity to have a future discussion on what type of administrative support will be provided to the chapters and how then working together with Division of Community Development, understanding their capacity and in which way they will scale up, and at the direction of council, how they can regionalize that approach. And so if communities have a different working relationship with the division, then their projects will not be stalled or move forward because of those interpersonal disagreements, but collectively we can move these projects forward. I think moving on to some of the other areas for this legislation is for our communities, there's a huge emphasis on increasing public safety. This is also another opportunity for as delegates to work with the Navajo Nation Division of Public Safety and see if there's opportunity for either premium pay, if there's opportunities for equipment for the response of COVID and the work that they did, or looking at what are some of their facilities and how they need to be upgraded, or the sanitation process. And so I think in terms of that's some of the regional projects that can be brought forward. Also, when it comes to agriculture, we know with inflation, we cannot control the outside price of food and gasoline, but what we can do on a nation is really invest in our food system. And for Northern, we have, we're blessed with the river and the agriculture and infrastructure that's nearly 100, maybe 150 years old. And so to have access to not only quality water, but fresh food is important. And we believe that that will help with the COVID response. So in your respective regions, what are the possibility to look at food security? Because food is health and health is wealth. When we look at the health disparities and why COVID just destroyed families, where just the co-occurring health disparities, the access to water, the access to fresh food, and the access to medical care. And that is also an opportunity to continue to partner with local either 638 or IHS facilities on what are some of the support that is needed. So Speaker, that is really what this legislation and the language provides to delegates, but most importantly, giving delegates that technical assistance that we have been requesting since fall of last year. So in terms of how we can pull together our projects, how we can work together collectively, because there are regional and nationwide projects that are great projects and need that consideration, but we also need to be able to make the best decisions on behalf of our people who at this point were neglected by the technical team's recommendations. And our goal in terms of leadership is not to forget the people who have been forgotten for so many years, decades, generations. And I loved when our veterans had their forum and they talked about not leaving someone on the battlefield. And I think we can, as a council, continue with that essence here as we try our best to distribute these resources to across Navajo Nation, to the satellites, to the Western Ages, to and hearing from the different chapter officials, community members that are still dealing with the impacts of COVID. And our hope is we could increase communication with the Office of the President and Vice President, because there is opportunities for the infrastructure bill. There's also opportunities for some of the Jobs Act, and there's opportunities for the 800 plus other federal fundings that have come into executive programs, like housing and like IHS, like our Department of Health, where they should be providing that updated information to our people. So Speaker, that is really the core essence of the intent. And what we can do, and I think what is important, I was asked to make sure that delegates know that with this amendment, we can approve projects, and they would just have to be identified in where that funding would come from. And this also gives us an opportunity, Speaker, if needed, to provide proposals for additional projects, as long as we do not, as long as we do not go over the 44,595,786 that has been allotted to each delegate. And I apologize, colleagues. This whole time I was looking for certain information in my legislation, and I had my notes from a prior legislation. So I want to just make sure, and if I have time, here it is on page 7 of 16. Projects selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region project plan for their respective delegate region and approved by the Navajo Nation resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation. Delegates may select projects for their delegate region project plans from the list of projects that have already been submitted to Navajo Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another enacted expenditure plan. Delegates may also add regional specific funds to other previously enacted projects or expenditure plans. In addition, and this is on page 816, line 7 or line 6, delegates may also select projects that have not previously been submitted to DOJ for an initial eligibility determination, including proposed fiscal recovery fund chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development. Although such projects will have to have Navajo Nation Department of Justice eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council. On line 11, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office, with the assistance of Division of Community Development and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments, shall assist each council delegate in developing their respective delegate region plan projects, including Appendix A and Appendix B from Budget and Finance Resolution 3121 for those projects that have not already received Navajo Nation Department of Justice initial eligibility determination. The Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office shall act and sign in the place of respective administrative oversight division, and submit each project included on the respective delegate region project plan to Navajo Nation Department of Justice for an initial eligibility determination as required under Navajo Nation Resolution CJY 4121. The Department of Justice shall be allowed 5 working days in addition to Budget and Finance Resolution 3121, 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determinations for delegate region projects. And on line 22 of page 8 of 16, the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office shall not be required to submit projects to Navajo Nation DOJ that have already have an initial eligibility determination, provided that there is no proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or amount of funding request for a project. So on line 26, each delegate shall submit a comprehensive list of projects and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received Navajo Department of Justice initial eligibility determinations for their respective delegate region, totaling no more than their delegate region allocation of $44,595,786 to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Office within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. And there is policy, there is a procedure if the delegate is not able to submit those projects utilizing all of their allocation within the 90 days on page 9 of 16, starting at line 2. There is other language that actually supports in terms of the recovery office that they shall keep and maintain accurate and complete financial data and records sufficient to demonstrate that the fiscal recovery funds appropriated by the U.S. Congress to the Navajo Nation have been used by the reporting entity in accordance with the provisions of ARPA, and timely relay such reports and records to the Administrative Oversight, Office of the Controller, Office of Management and Budget, the Fiscal Recovery Office, and Legislative Oversight as directed in the grant or subrecipient agreement, if any, and when requested. Such reports and records shall be maintained for at least 7 years, and the Office of the Controller shall be responsible for compiling and providing any and all records and financial reports required by the U.S. Treasury. And I apologize. That's on page 15 of 16, line 1, and it's all entities receiving Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds. That is the requirement. And line 11, all entities receiving Navajo Nation fiscal recovery funds through an approved expenditure plan shall report the status of their Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund allocation to their respective oversight committee at the end of each fiscal quarter. The entity with administrative oversight over the expenditure plan shall review the quarterly report prior to its presentation and shall participate in the presentation to the oversight committee. Line 17, the executive director of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Office, with the assistance of the Office of the Controller and the Office of Management and Budget, shall report the status of all allocated Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds and the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans to the Budget and Finance and Nabakiatik committees at the end of each fiscal year. And so, Speaker, that is what this legislation requests, and there is a directive on line 8. All Navajo Nation government programs, offices, and divisions, as well as the Navajo Nation-owned entities, specifically including those programs, offices, divisions, and Navajo Nation-owned entities receiving Navajo Nation fiscal recovery
Hey, Joanne,
funds,
this is Paul.
can prioritize the implementation and completion of Navajo Nation fiscal recovery fund projects and services. Speaker, that's on line 16 of 16, starting at line 8. Speaker, that ends. Thank you.
20 minutes is up.
Thank you. I hope Joanne's doing well. Yeah.
Hold on, colleagues. Thank you very much. With that, colleagues, because we are on 87-22, which was a substitute motion, I need a motion. Is there a motion?
Motion by Charles Newton.
Motion by Madam Chair Charles Newton. Is there a second?
Second by Delegate Brown.
Second by Alma Brown. With that, colleagues, is there any comments or questions at this time? Are we ready to vote? Going twice. Three times. Let's go to the board on the motion. This is 16 votes, colleagues.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr.
Gail votes green, thank you.
Honorable Key Allen Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton.
Charles Newton votes green.
Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati.
Shada, this is Delegate Amber Kenneth Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canes Bakrati votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland.
I vote red.
Honorable Mark Freeland votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Ron votes red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Haney votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Carl Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not vote. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
Green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So is excused. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So.
What is here?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red via text. Honorable Edison Wanika. Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazi. Honorable Edmund Yazi.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazi votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
Delegate Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay votes red via text. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Speaker, with the vote, going back up, Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez. Honorable Rick Nez did not vote. Speaker, with the vote of 11 in favor, 9 opposed, and Speaker not voting.
Thank you, colleagues. With that, on legislation 0087-22, 11 in favor, 9 opposed, Speaker not voting. That motion fails.
Speaker?
Going back to
Speaker?
the 16. Yes.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crutch.
This is Edmund Yavi speak.
You have a point of.
I wanted to suspend the 4 rules to
Let
add
me go to
Mark
point
II.
of privilege. Point of privilege to and
Okay.
let me explain after the point of privilege where we're at right now. Before I take any other direction, but I need to go to the point of privilege. Point of privilege, Madam Chair, Amber Crotty.
Yes, thank you. Speaker, if you could let me know in the legislation where it requires a 2/3 vote. We're not waiving any laws here.
It's in the ARPA, and when we passed the ARPA, developed the FRF. Ms. Barbara, any expenditure from the ARPA or from the FRF needs 16 votes.
Thank you, Speaker. It is, you are correct that the FRF legislation does need that 2/3 majority vote, and I am pulling up the site to that. Give me just a moment.
I can get the second I can get a motion yet, right? No, I didn't. Oh, because
Speaker,
yes.
if you will look at which legislation do you have in front of you? Just a second. If you will look on page 1, line 21 of legislation 0087-222, page 1, line 21, paragraph B, Navajo Nation Council Resolution number CJY-41-21, which is attached as Exhibit A, mandates that Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund expenditure plans be duly adopted by a 2/3 vote of all members of the Navajo Nation Council and approved by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC 164A and 2 NNC Section 105C, 10, 11, and 12. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. And to that point of privilege, before I recognize Chairman Yazzie, I just wanted to explain now where we're at on the agenda. We did pass a substitute motion, and we did take on that substitute motion 86-22, brought up 87-22. And 87-22 just took a vote, and that vote came out 11 in favor, 9 opposed. Speaker not voting. That motion failed. So now we are back on the main motion of legislation 0086-22. And next I got in the lineup is Honorable Otto So, and then Madam Chair Charles Newton, then Vice Chair Slater, then Chairman Henio, then Vice Chair Walker, and Honorable Keelan Begay, and Honorable Edison Wanika. So we are back on legislation 0086-22. That Honorable Otto So.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Be ready, Honorable Otto. So before I go to Delegate Amber, I was going to recognize Chairman Yazzie. Did you have a
Yes,
point of
please
privilege? Or
I have a point of privilege, but go to Chairman Yazzie. He's been waiting.
well, Chairman Yazzie was just going to your point of privilege overrides Chairman Yazzie because he's just asking a question in regards to a motion.
Is he doing that through a point of privilege?
No, he's not doing that.
No.
He's not doing that through a point of privilege. He's just trying to amend the agenda.
Oh, okay. Okay, thank you, Speaker. Through the point of privilege, on Rule 15, if you can read that out, Speaker, and help me understand how you're moving forward with the main motion if there was a substitute motion in place.
Okay. Rule 15. Item number C, the substitute item number, I'll start with item number C. The substitute motion shall take precedence over all other motions. And that's what happened at that time. The prior main motion, with the exception of the tabling motion, and the speaker shall allow consideration of the substitute motion like a main motion. And that's what happened initially. The substitute motion shall be subject to debate by colleagues, which it was. And that was done on May 13th and partially today. The substitute motion is subject to amendment pursuant to Rule 1516 if applicable. Right here, Rule 15F, Madam Chair Crotty. A majority vote by the delegates of the council casting a vote shall cause the motion to carry unless a higher percentage of votes is required by some other provision of the Navajo Nation law. That was what was carried out when all the Navajo Nation Council voted to accept the substitute motion. The speaker broke the tie. If the substitute motion is carried, which it was, then it does away with the main motion, but that's only if the substitute motion is carried out. It wasn't carried out. If the substitute motion does not carry out, then the main motion is maintained. That's why I'm going back to the main motion, in this case, back to 86-22, Madam Chair Crotty. And then it goes back to the debate, which is the main motion, which Honorable Otto So is next on the amendment or the main motion. In this case, it's the main motion. If applicable, continues from the point immediately prior to making the point of the substitute motion. So that's the line. If where I'm reading, Madam Chair, if the substitute does not carry out, which it did not in this case by a vote of 11 in favor, 9 opposed, speaker not voting, then I went back to then where it says, then the main motion is maintained, and that's why I'm going back, and the debate will continue. So that's why we're back on 86-22, Madam Chair Crotty. But
Thank you, Speaker.
well, did I recognize anything yet? Chairman Rick Nez has just texted in his vote, and that moves the vote for the vote on legislation 0087-22 from 11 to 12. And Elmer Brigade voted too as well. So that moves a vote from 11, 12 to 13 in favor, 9 opposed, and speaker not voting. Motion still fails. With that, we are back on to the main motion, but let me go to Chairman Edmund Yazzie now. Chairman Yazzie?
Speaker, so we're back on 0086-22, correct?
Yes. And all that
Okay,
that
so-
I said, that's where we're at.
Yeah, okay. So on this legislation, I'd like to just make a motion to go straight to vote.
I need to put you in the lineup.
Okay, all right then.
All right. I thought you were wanting to make a motion to suspend the floor rules.
No, Speaker and members of the council, I mean, if 0086-22 was not on the agenda, then I was going to make that motion. But since we're going to talk about that, I'll say no more.
Okay, with that, Honorable Otto So, we are on the main motion of legislation 0086-22. The floor is yours.
Yeah, so as ani ko doning so digi sinanta so nang ba huin so dide da sing sebo ya na ka so basic chudi do ikiki ya hata hodia gi ya ko don hi chen kudia. So I'm in the midst of reviewing. I'm going to reserve my time, Speaker. Thank you.
Sorry, somebody muted me. With that, Honorable Otto So, reserve your time at 4 minutes, 33 seconds. Moving down on the main motion, Madam Chair Charles Noon, good afternoon. Colleagues and everybody, Madam Chair's getting on the line. Just a recap. We are on legislation 0086-22, sponsored by Honorable Freeland. I do have Madam Chair Charles Noon ready to speak on the main motion. Madam Chair, floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker. Delegate Freeland, I sent an email to Pearl Yellowman several weeks ago because of a statement that she made on the record regarding the data that was collected from the chapter house regarding housing and also the projects. To date, I did send an email requesting how many homes are needed in the community of Shiprock, how many homes need renovation. And to date, that question has not been answered. So if I can get that answer before the end of this vote, Delegate Freeland, I reserve my time.
Four minutes and 25 seconds. Dr. Yellowman. With that, let me go back to the sponsor, Honorable Freeland.
Thank you, Speaker. Shananta Otto, Stager, Honorable Eugenio Charles Newton. I can't speak for Dr. Yellowman in regards to the question in relation to how many homes are needed in Shiprock and the housing situation as far as renovation is concerned. I don't have that data. I would, typically these kind of questions come from the chapter directly as well, or the chapter would have these types of answers as well. So I don't know if your chapter would have this answer to your question, but I don't know if Dr. Yellowman's on the line. Dr. Yellowman, are you on the line?
Good afternoon. I'm on the line.
Okay. Would you be able to answer Honorable Charles Newton's question, Dr. Yellowman?
Yes, we can provide the information. I'm reaching out to the chapter as well. Thank you.
Okay, so you'll be getting back to Madam Chair Charles Newton via email? Dr. Yellowman?
Yes, Speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That, moving on down. Go back to the floor. I do have Honorable Vice Chair Slater. Good afternoon. You have 2 minutes, or 5 minutes on the board. It's time now is 2:20, colleagues.
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to offer the amendment that I asked to be drafted. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve your time at 4 minutes and 56 seconds. Mr. Rico, there was amendment. When was that sent out to colleagues?
Slater sent it out himself.
The one at 9:19 this morning?
I do believe Honorable Slater, you did send that out yourself to the colleagues, right? At 9:19 this morning.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know that Dana updated some stuff, but yes.
All right. Staff is pulling it up. That Mr. Rico, floor is yours at this time.
Thank you, Speaker and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. This is amendment number 1 to legislation 0086-22. 1, page 1, line 15, delete overstrike assistance and insert underscore and regional projects. 2, page 1, line 29, delete overstrike attached as A and insert underscore incorporated herein by reference. 3, page 2, amend line 27 as follows. After the word beyond, overstrike the and insert underscore life and end of underscore. After health, overstrike and life, end of overstrike. After negative financial, overstrike effects and underscore impacts. 4, page 3, line 30, overstrike B and insert A, insert new exhibit A. 5, page 4, line 14, after treasury, insert US. 6, page 4, line 21, delete overstrike attached as A and insert underscore incorporated herein by reference. 7, page 5, line 4, delete also overstrike also. 8, page 5, line 17, delete overstrike people and insert underscore people's elected chapter and regional leadership, end of new language. 9, page 6, line 12, overstrike next and insert immediately. 10, page 6, line 13, delete overstrike assistance and insert underscore and regional projects. 11, page 6, line 19, overstrike C and insert B, insert new exhibit B. 12, page 6, line 21, overstrike assistance and insert and regional projects. 13, page 6, line 23, delete assistance and insert and regional projects. Overstrike D and insert C, insert new exhibit C. 14, delete page 6, line 24 to page 13, line 6. 15, page 6, line 24, insert the following paragraphs and subparagraphs. New paragraph B, the Navajo Nation hereby approve, underscore this language. The Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter project expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $240,456,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $10,019,006 per delegate region, as set forth in Exhibit C and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by the Navajo Nation Council, resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. New paragraph C, for purposes of the NNFRF and the chapter and regional project expenditure plan, delete delegate region shall mean all the Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified and non-LGA chapters and townships represented by the Navajo Nation Council delegate. Paragraph D, the 12 NNC section 820 50/50 chapter distribution.
Speaker.
Apply. Chairman Henyo, I think speaker stepped away. Can we get a chair to, or if you could take over for a minute? I think there was a point of privilege. This is Delegate Henyo. I'm here in chambers, so speaker is sort of preoccupied now, so it's what keep things moving forward. I'll
take over as Chair Pro Tem Manuel. Thank you. And 24th Navajo Nation Council. Could I appoint a privilege? Who is appointed privilege?
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem Henyo, or Speaker Pro Tem. The legislation that Manuel, or the amendment that Manuel is reading out, is not the most up-to-date one that Dana sent out. The chapter distribution number is 8.8 million. I believe he read a number that said 10 million. So I would ask that Legislative Services consult with Legislative Council and make sure they have the most accurate, up-to-date amendment. Thank you.
Vice Chair Slater. With that, Mr. Rico, I believe the request is made to get the correct amendment from Legislative Council, and from that, we'll properly read the amendment into the record. So with that, I give the floor back to Speaker Damon. He's back in chambers.
Let me go back to Office of Legislative Counsel. Thank you, Chairman, for assistance. Chairman Henyo.
Thank you, Speaker. I am resending that the revised amendment right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm also sending the exhibits that go through with it. Go with it again. They're in separate emails. Okay, the amendment got sent.
Is it different? It's different. It's different. All right. What are those different? On the first front page?
Yeah.
Okay, so you're good?
No.
Okay, well, we have the updated one, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, and to committee members that has been sent out, the updated one too as well. So let me go back to Mr. Rico. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Speaker. I will start from item 14, as I believe the rest of the numbers or the changes are the same. Number 14 of amendment number 1, delete page 6, line 24 through page 13, line 6. 15, page 6, line 24, insert the following paragraph and subparagraphs. B, the Navajo Nation hereby approves total funding for the NNFRF chapter and chapter projects expenditure plan from the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund in the total amount of $211,256,148 to be divided equally between the 24 delegate regions in the amount of $8,802,340 per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit C and allocated through delegate region project plans approved by the Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12. C, for purposes of the NNFRF and the chapter and regional project expenditure plan, delegate region shall mean all Navajo Nation chapters, both LGA certified and non-LGA chapters and townships represented by the Navajo Nation Council delegate. D, the 12 NNC Section 820 50/50 chapter distribution formula does not apply to the chapter and regional project expenditure plan and or the delegate region project plans. The 50/50 formula only applies to appropriations intended for distribution to all chapters of the Navajo Nation. The chapter and regional project expenditure plan, delegate region project plan funding will be allocated to the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development and other appropriation Navajo Nation division and department to implement the projects rather than directly to the chapter. E, the Navajo Nation central government, specifically the Division of Community Development or other appropriate Navajo Nation division or department shall manage and administer funds and delegate region project plans on behalf of non-LGA certified chapters. Navajo Nation central government may award funding to LGA certified chapters through sub-recipient agreements to implement and manage specific projects, but shall maintain administrative oversight over such funding and delegate region project plans. Subparagraph 1, LGA certified chapters shall immediately return to the Office of the Controller all chapter project plan funds that remain unobligated and unencumbered as of 5 p.m. on September 30th, 2024. 2, LGA certified chapters shall immediately return to the Office of the Controller all chapter project plan funds that remain unexpended as of 5 o'clock p.m. on September 30th, 2026. F, each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall select fiscal recovery fund eligible projects within their delegate region to be funded by the NNFRF chapter and regional projects expenditure plan through a delegate region projects plan. The total cost of projects selected by each delegate shall not exceed their delegate region distribution of $8,802,340 as set forth in Exhibit C. Paragraph G, the project selected by each Navajo Nation Council delegate shall be compiled into a delegate region projects plan for the respective delegate region and approved by Navajo Nation Council resolution and signed into law by the President of the Navajo Nation pursuant to 2 NNC, Section A 164A17 and 2 NNC, Section 1005, C10, 11, and 12. Paragraph H, delegates may select projects for their delegate region projects plan from the list of projects attached as Exhibit D that have already been submitted to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination and are not included in another enacted expenditure plan. Delegates may also add region-specific funds to other previously enacted project or expenditure plans. In addition, delegates may select projects that have not previously been submitted to NNDOJ for initial eligibility determination, including proposed FRF chapter projects submitted to the Division of Community Development, although such projects will have to have a NNDOJ eligibility determination before they can be approved by the Navajo Nation Council. Paragraph I, the Executive Director of the NNFRF Office, with the assistance of the Division of Community Development and other necessary executive branch divisions and departments, shall assist each council delegate in developing their respective delegate region project plans, including the applicable BFS-31-21 Appendix A and Appendix B forms and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations. Paragraph J, the NNFRF office notwithstanding BFS-31-21 act and sign in the place of the respective administrative oversight division and submit each project included on the respective delegate region project plans to NNDOJ for an initial eligibility determination as required under CJY-41-21. NNDOJ shall be allowed 5 work days in addition to BFS-31-21's 5 days to complete required initial eligibility determination for delegate region projects. Subparagraph 1, the NNFRF office shall not be required to submit projects to NNDOJ that already have an initial eligibility determination unless there is a proposed change in the project scope of work, eligibility category, and or the amount of funding requested for the project. Paragraph K, each delegate shall submit a comprehensive list of projects, including applicable BFS-31-21, Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for those projects that have not already received NNDOJ initial eligibility determinations for the respective delegate region, totaling no more than their delegate region allocation of $8,802,340 set forth in Exhibit C to the NNFRF office within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted. Subparagraph 1, if the NNFRF office has not received a comprehensive list of projects for a delegate region, including Appendix A, Appendix B, and supporting documents for each project within 90 days after this legislation is fully enacted, the total allocation for that delegate region shall automatically revert to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. Navajo Nation Council and President of the Navajo Nation action shall not be required for reversion. L, all delegate region project plans shall be subject to the following requirements and restrictions. 1, delegate region projects shall fall under one of the allowable U.S. Treasury expenditure eligibility categories set forth in Exhibit A. 2, delegate region project plans may include NNFRF eligible projects for programs to provide government services to chapter members, to provide basic PPE to chapter members, to provide fuel, firewood assistance to chapter members negatively impacted by COVID-19, to construct projects such as COVID-19 mitigation renovations to chapter houses, housing renovations, and house wiring, to plan and design projects, to hire consultants to assist with NNFRF eligible programs and projects, to hire PEP workers, student workers, and other temporary employees or regular status employees to assist the chapter governments in carrying out NNFRF eligible programs and projects. Delegate region project plans shall not include COVID-19 testing and vaccinations or any cash assistance for chapter members, such as a hardship assistance program. 3, all pre-construction related projects, including a delegate region project plans, shall be project ready, meaning that a project's planning and design work is able to begin once funding is received. Subparagraph A, the council delegate with the assistance of the NNFRF office shall complete a separate division of community development DCD project evaluation form and supporting documents for each proposed pre-construction related project, which shall include project site readiness, valid land withdrawal, and permitting approvals, as well as anticipated timeframe during which the project will be completed. B, the NNFRF office shall submit the fully completed project evaluation form through the DCD portal. If DCD is not the administrative oversight over the proposed project, the NNFRF office shall also submit the project evaluation form and all supporting documents to the entity that will have administrative oversight over the proposed project. 4, construction project shall be construction ready, meaning that the project's planning and design work has been fully completed and construction is able to begin once funding is received. Subparagraph A, the council delegate with the assistance of the NNFRF office shall complete a separate DCD project evaluation form for each proposed construction project, which shall include project site readiness, valid land withdrawal, and permitting approvals, as well as the anticipated timeframe during which the project will be completed. B, the NNFRF office shall submit the fully completed project evaluation form and all supporting documents through the DCD portal. If DCD is not the administrative oversight over the proposed project, the NNFRF office shall also submit the project evaluation form and all supporting documents to the entity that will have administrative oversight over the proposed project. 5, all proposed delegate region projects shall be sufficiently developed such that funding for the projects can be obligated and encumbered in the nation's Financial Management Information System, FMIS, by 5:00 p.m. on September 30th, 2024, and fully expended by 5:00 p.m. on September 30th, 2026, or such earlier dates as may be determined by resolution of the Navajo Nation Council. This generally requires NEPA, ROW, and design work to be sufficiently advanced such that these pre-construction tasks can be completed in time to execute construction contracts and encumber funds by 5:00 p.m. on September 30th, 2024. 6, the administrative oversight entity over each project shall be responsible for making the determination whether the proposed delegate region project is project ready or construction ready. If a proposed project is not deemed project ready or construction ready, the project shall not be eligible for inclusion in a delegate region project plan. 7, each delegate region project shall be subject to CJY-41-21's NNDOJ initial eligibility determination. 8, each delegate region project shall identify its administrative oversight entity and its oversight committee. 9, each delegate region shall be limited to a total of $9,150,000 of revenue replacement projects. Expenditure eligibility category 6.1, provision of government services, and 6.2, non-federal match for other federal programs. The Office of the Controller may issue guidance that increases this amount in the next fiscal year. 10, delegate region projects shall not include sanitation deficiency systems service SDS included on the Indian Health Service 2022 SDS list attached as Exhibit E or on any prior Indian Health Service SDS list. 11, the Navajo Nation Council urges the delegate region project expenditure plans to include and prioritize veteran housing and other projects that will benefit Navajo veterans. End of new language. 16, page 6, line 19, delete C and insert B, insert new Exhibit B. 17 on page 13, line 13, overstrike Exhibits E and E-1 through E-2 and insert Exhibits F and F1 through F2. Insert new paragraphs F, F1, and F2. 18, page 14, line 5, delete paragraph D as follows. Overstrike paragraph D, the requirement of CJY 41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF emergency communications, E911, rural addressing and cybersecurity construction project shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005, C10, 11, and 12, end of overstrike. 19, page 14, line 13, delete exhibits F and F1 through F6 and insert exhibits G and G1 through G2. Insert new exhibits G, G1, and G2. 20, page 14, line 15, delete $79,487,500 and insert $19,243,750. 21, paragraph or page 14, line 33, delete subparagraphs 1 and 2 as follows. Overstrike 1, $19,234,750 to the Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support, Daltex, Navajo Department of Health or Senior Centers or other public health services expenditure category 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit F-1 with administrative oversight by the Navajo Nation Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. 2, $21 million to the Special Diabetes Program, Division of Public Health Services, Navajo Department of Health for the Community Wellness Centers as Economic Impact Assistance, other expenditure category 2.37 as set forth in Exhibit F-2 with administrative oversight by the Department of Health and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, end of overstrike. 22, page 14, line 30, overstrike F-3 and insert G-1. 23, page 15, line 2, delete subparagraph 4 as follows. Overstrike subparagraph 4, $5 million to the Navajo Department of Health as for a dedicated public health storage warehouse and as other public health services expenditure category 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit F-4 with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, end of overstrike. 24, page 15, line 8, delete F-5 and insert G-2. 25, page 15, line 10, delete subparagraph 6 as follows. Overstrike paragraph 6, $15 million to the Navajo Department of Health for a long-term care facility in Tuba City as medical expenses, including alternative care facilities, expenditure category 1.6, as set forth in Exhibit F-6 with administrative oversight by the Office of the President and Vice President and legislative oversight by the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, end of overstrike. 26, page 15, line 20, delete subparagraph 6 as follows. I believe that might be, let's see, subparagraph C or we need to fix it. Overstrike the requirement for in CJY 41-21 section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF public health construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005, C10, 11, and 12, end of overstrike. 27, delete page 15, line 25 through page 18, line 6. Let's see. 28, page 18, line 11, overstrike set forth in Exhibit H. 29, page 18, line 17, delete H-1 and insert H. 30, page 21, line 25, delete paragraph D as follows. Overstrike D, the requirement in Resolution CJY 41-21, Section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF water, wastewater construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC Section 164A17 and 2 NNC Section 1005, C10, 11, and 12, end of overstrike. 31, page 20, lines 5 and 10, delete. Delete? One second, Mr. Speaker, it says delete, but it's underscored. One second. Okay, 31, page 20, lines 5 and 10. Delete, overstrike Navajo Department of Information Technology, Division of General Services, and insert NNFRF Broadband Office. 32, page 20, lines 7 and 12. Delete Division of General Services and insert Office of the President and Vice President. 33, page 20, line 19, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph C, funding can be transferred between middle mile projects Exhibit J-1 and last mile projects Exhibit J-2 with approval of administrative oversight and confirmation by the NNDOJ that the funding is only used for expenditure categories 5.19 and or 5.21, end of new language. 34, page 20, lines 19 through 28, correct as follows. D, after the, overstrike Navajo Department of Information and Technology, Division of General Services, and insert NNFRF Broadband Office. After the words through the use of, insert new language, new word qualified, end of new word. After subrecipients, insert new language, procured through an open competitive process consistent with Navajo procurement laws and regulations, end of new language. Paragraph E, overstrike Division of General Services and insert Office of the President and Vice President. And then after the words, according to project specifications, insert new language and contract deliverables, end of new language. Overstrike existing paragraph D, which indicates D, the requirement in resolution CJY-41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF broadband construction project shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the nomination council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C10, 11, and 12. End of overstrike. New paragraph F, if a permanent broadband office is established outside of the NNFRF office through formal adoption of the necessary plan of operation, all funding and responsibilities allocated herein to the NNFRF broadband office shall be immediately transferred to the permanent broadband office, end of new language. 35, page 21, line 5, delete overstrike and K-1 and K-2. 36, on page 21, line 8, delete $100 million and insert $96,400,000. 37, page 21, line 12, delete K-1 and insert K. 38, page 21, line 14, delete subparagraph 2 as follows. Overstrike paragraph 2, $3,600,000 to the Division of Community for the Rama Navajo School Board High Voltage Replacement Project as other public health services expenditure category 1.14 as set forth in Exhibit K-2 with administrative oversight by the NNFRF office and legislative oversight by the Resource and Development Committee. End of overstrike. 39, page 21, line 25, delete paragraph D as follows. Overstrike paragraph D, the requirement in resolution CJY-41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF home electricity connection and electric capacity construction project shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution and approved by nomination council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C10, 11, and 12. End of overstrike. 40, page 22, line 9, delete 50 million. Delete $150 million and insert $145,550,000. 41, page 22, line 20, delete $50 million and insert $30 million. 42, page 22, line 21, delete 5 and insert 3. 43, page 22, line 23, overstrike and insert or. 44, page 22, line 8, delete through a resolution and insert new language by resolution and shall include equal distribution by delegate region. End of new language. 45, page 23, line 18, delete paragraph H as follows. Paragraph H, overstrike the requirement in resolution CJY-41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for the housing projects and manufactured housing facility construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12, end of overstrike. 46, page 24, line 2, delete M and insert M-1. 47, page 24, line 5, insert new subparagraph as follows. New subparagraph 2, underscore the allocation to the Division of Community shall be further allocated in the amount of $6,250,000 per delegate region as set forth in Exhibit M. End of new language. 48, page 24, line 13, delete paragraph E as follows. Overstrike paragraph E, the requirement of resolution CJY-41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for bathroom addition construction projects shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12, end of overstrike. 49, page 30, line 21, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph J, the requirement in CJY-41-21, section 3F to establish a contingency reserve for NNFRF construction projects shall first be satisfied by the construction contingency expenditure plan. If a contingency cannot be funded through a construction contingency expenditure plan, the contingency shall be implemented on a case-by-case basis through resolution approved by the Navajo Nation Council and enacted pursuant to 2 NNC section 164A17 and 2 NNC section 1005 C 10, 11, and 12, end of new language. 50, page 33, line 4, insert new paragraph as follows. New paragraph D, within 10 days after the enactment of this legislation, the Navajo Nation Department of Justice shall inform delegates, chapters, and the Division of Community Development in writing whether septic tank cleaning is an eligible FRF expenditure and whether septic tank cleanouts can be included in the delegate region project plans. End of new language. 52, renumber letter 16 paragraph section and exhibits accordingly. If necessary, this amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with concurrence of the Office of Legislative Council, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical changes and other technical changes, including the correction of dollar amounts to conform to the intent of this amendment. 53, the Office of Legislative Services and Office of Legislative Council shall ensure that all exhibits to the legislation are updated and consistent with this amendment. Also included with this amendment are revised exhibits mentioned in the amendment. Mr. Speaker. For the record, Speaker, Ms. Barroff did send updated exhibits at 2:30. Those include Exhibit A, Exhibit B, Exhibit C, Exhibit E, Exhibit G, Exhibit H, Exhibit K, Exhibit M, and Exhibit F. Mr. Speaker.
With that, thank you very much. We're on amendment number 1. That Honorable Slater, is there a second? Second one, Honorable Stewart.
Found some weird stuff in there.
With that, colleagues, any comments, questions at this time on Amendment 1? Going twice.
Sure. This is Delegate Crotty.
That, Madam Chair Charles Newton, and then Madam Chair Crotty.
Christian, Delegate Brigade.
And then on by Alma Brigade. Madam Chair Charles Newton.
Speaker, I'd like to request that we take at least an hour break so that we can go through, and this is a really big amendment, and I tried to keep up with my legislation and making changes, but I am not able to make all of the changes throughout. So if we can take I'd like to motion to take a recess so that we can all read this amendment correctly and compare it to the legislation. I reserve my time, Speaker.
4:36.
Colleagues, I'll call 30 minutes, but I'm sure Charles wants an hour, so I'm gonna leave that up to you, colleagues. So with that, there's a motion for recess for an hour. Is there a
I'll
second?
take 30 minutes, Speaker. I'll take 30 minutes if that's what you're willing to offer.
Okay, 30 minutes, going to recess for 30 minutes for everyone to review this amendment. Come back here at 3:30.